I can't move on my spot. I can't think clearly now that I've told him that Bullet is not his son. Chadrick stared at me with confused eyes. "Do you have a son with another man?" His voice was shaking. It's as if he doesn't want to ask it, but he doesn't have a choice. I stared at him. "Do you think I am capable of surrendering myself to another man?" I asked him back. I'm pained by his words, but I understand him. Everything is confusing if I don't explain it. But explaining it would mean going back to that painful day, 3 years ago. Chadrick ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. He looked at me with sharp eyes and lips in a grim line. "Then what is this?" he asked, obviously suppressing an outburst. "Who is that kid?" He pointed at Bullet. I looked away, eyes already warm with tears. "He's my son, but he didn't come from me." I shut my eyes and stopped the tears brimming around my eyes. I swallowed a huge lump in my throat and gathered all the courage I have to face him. He's looking at me with a pained expression and a bit of anticipation. He's the boy I adopted after. I took a deep breath. Losing our child. I shut my eyes and tears started falling. My knees wobbled and I dropped on the floor, my hands shaking in the mere memory of that day. "Blight!" Chadrick called me, kneeling in front of me, trying to help me, but I shook my head. "It's okay," I told him. "I don't blame you anymore." Chadrick's eyes softened as he looked at me. He reached for my face and I smiled. "You didn't know anything." "It's okay," I told him. "If this happened months ago, this wouldn't have been my reaction. I would have yelled at him and blamed him. But this is a different situation. I can see and think clearly now, without my emotions taking control." Chadrick made me look at him. "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" he asked, in a tender voice that would melt my heart. He held my trembling hands as if trying to comfort me. I smiled weakly. I could remember how he looked at me that day. I tried to, but I shook my head. "When?" he asked. "When did you try to?" "Fuck," he explained when he probably remembered when. "Was that when you came into the office?" I nodded. I hated him so much then. I hated every memory I had with him because that last moment was the only thing that mattered to me. He chose to believe Julia. He chose to abandon me, even though I never asked him to stay. "Son of a bitch." His voice is rising. I shook my head. "That's okay now. I know you were just protecting Julia. Even if that's the case, even if what she's carrying was really mine, I deserve to know that we're having our child." Fuck. I looked down. I lost my child while he was protecting his other baby. I don't want him near me back then, no matter how many times Aunt Georgina convinced me. I let my anger get the best of me and now I regret it. I should have seen reason back then. "I'm sorry," I sobbed, unable to face him. I heard him sigh before caressing my face. He wiped my tears with his thumb before kissing my right eye. But I cried even harder. I sobbed in front of him, trembling and in remorse. "You should have told me by then. You should have blamed me in my face," he whispered while he kept wiping my tears. "I must have understood why you suddenly left. I was an asshole." I smiled weakly and shook my head. "I hated you so much then, Chadrick. I couldn't bear to see you, I replied in a weak voice. He froze at my words. It must have impacted him. I swallowed the lump in my throat. But now, I realize that I'm wrong. You're right. I should have told you, no matter how much I hated you. He sighed and shook his head. His eyes are red and filled with tears. I'm sorry you had to suffer it alone. I'm sorry for letting you get dragged away. I don't know what to say. I am an asshole and I think I deserve all of this, he uttered, and his voice cracked. He pursed his lips and looked down, sobbing softly. He wiped his tears with the back of his palm before looking back at me. I'm sorry that I caused you all that pain. I shook my head and reached for his face. It's not your fault. I harbored hatred in me. It's my fault for letting anger control my whole system. I gave him an assuring smile. How could you have handled everything that time? He asked, still sobbing. You lost your mom. You detested your dad. You met Julia and learned about our alleged baby. And you lost our child. He was breathless. I wish I was there for you. Sincerity is dripping from his voice and his expression. His tears were falling nonstop. It's okay now, Chadrick, I told him. I held his face and wiped his tears. Bullet helped me a lot, I continued. He's a ray of sunlight and I love him with all my might. Chadrick looked at me affectionately. Please tell me what really happened to you after you left. His voice was pleading. I smiled and nodded. I woke up with my head spinning and my stomach churning. I immediately ran to the bathroom and kneeled in front of the bowl, throwing up. Blight! Blight! Aunt Georgina was outside of the door of my room, probably worried because she could hear gagging sounds from the inside. She was knocking nonstop and was complaining why I had to lock my doors when I am sick. I ignored her and continued to throw up. I'm dizzy and I feel so weak. I have been feeling this for the past few days already. At work, I would sometimes take a break because I would suddenly feel like my whole world is spinning. I was panting hard when I was done poking my intestines out. But the thing is, I was vomiting water and nothing else. I hardly could stand but I wanted to wash my face and my gargle. I have work in 2 hours. I need to get changed too. My eyes suddenly went to the packs of sanitary napkins on my cabinet. I tried to recall my last period and was almost 2 months ago. I just didn't mind it because I was too stressed with everything that happened to me. It can't be. I immediately opened the door and saw Aunt Georgina's worried-looking face. She immediately held my shoulder and looked at me from head to foot. What happened? She asked. I looked at her, alarmed and still in disbelief. That couldn't happen, right? But then I never recalled that bastard using condom. Damn it. Aunt Georgina seemed to have gotten a grip on the situation and immediately went out to buy a pregnancy kit. I waited for her to come back and when she did, she came back with 3 different brands of pregnancy kit. I've never used this so I don't know how, but the pharmacist told me that you just have to urinate on it. She told me as she opened one kit and started reading the manual. She handed it to me and pointed at the illustration on how to use it. My heart was beating so fast as I waited for the results after urinating on each of them. Aunt Georgina was beside me, equally worried and anticipating. I heard her sigh hard. What if you're pregnant? Will you tell Chadrick? she asked me. I looked at her with wide eyes. That hadn't crossed my mind yet. I don't know if I should. I pushed him away to be with his fiancée. The best thing to do would be to not complicate his life, but would it be right to keep the baby from him? Aunt Georgina looked at me with the eyes that Mom would give me when she wanted me to make a decision. "You're a tough girl, Blythe. I've known you since you fought all your battles, but raising a baby is not an easy task," she told me. "You should know that it is hard not only because of the financial needs, but also because once your child grows up, he or she will eventually ask for his or her father, and you'll be obliged to tell him or her the truth." I gulped hard. "Aunt George, we're not sure yet. Maybe I just ate something bad last night," I said, rationalizing. She raised her brow. "We ate the same dinner, but you're the only one with an upset stomach," she asked. Sarcasm is so evident in her tone. I looked away and pursed my lips in a thin line. "Please, you're making me more nervous," I told her. She sighed and shook her head before looking at the kids in front of us. She gasped when she saw another line forming on each of them. "Shit!" I gulped hard. "Oh my God!" she gasped when she saw a more defined line. Each kit is now showing two red lines. I went over the packaging to check the meaning of two lines. The appearance of a single line means the specimen tested negative. The appearance of another line beside the control line means the specimen tested positive. Fuck! I looked at Aunt Georgina and saw her looking as shocked as I am. "Blythe," she said in a hysterical tone, "you're pregnant." I shut my eyes as my knees gave up on me. I fell on the bathroom floor, tears falling down my cheeks incessantly. Aunt Georgina let out another dramatic gasp before joining me with crying. Later that day, Aunt Georgina forced me to visit an OB clinic so we would be 100% sure. She brought me into one of the clinics in downtown Michigan. The doctor smiled at me widely. "Congratulations, you are 8 weeks pregnant." She beamed as she pointed at the small P on the ultrasound machine. "This is your baby," she said. "We can't know the gender yet right now, but," she trailed before I heard heartbeats, "you can hear your baby's beating heart." I licked my lower lip as a swelling feeling enveloped my whole chest. Tears brimmed around my eyes and I started sobbing again. If this morning I was crying of pain, this time I am crying of happiness. To hear another beating heart is something else. I don't know what to do about Chadrick, but all I know is whatever happens, I am keeping this baby. I have started eating healthy and tried to live without stress, as what the doctor told me. She told me to visit her once a month, since I am still on the first trimester. Aunt Georgina was so excited that she started to think of transforming the room Mom used to a baby's room. She's also contemplating if she's going to buy a bigger house using the condolence money we had. But then, she would always ask me the same question every single time she had the chance. "Are you going to tell Chadrick about this?" I sighed and sat on the dining table. I've been thinking about it since the moment I learned I was pregnant, and every time I would always come to a decision that it's his right to know. After all, I'm not going to ask anything from him. He could still go on with his marriage. I nodded. "I think I have to," I replied. Aunt Georgina nodded. "That's the right choice." she told me. When are you planning on doing it? She asked. I shrugged. Tomorrow? I answered, uncertain. I'm taking the train to Chicago tomorrow. Do you know where you'll meet him? He asked. I looked at her and nodded. He's the CEO of more hotels and resorts. I believe I can see him if I go to his office. Aunt Georgina nodded. I'll come with you, she said. I frowned at her. I can handle it alone, Aunt George. Don't worry, I assured her. She looked at me with a serious gaze before sighing. Okay, fine. I'll let you, but then you better promise me you'll never cross paths with the woman who came here. I smiled and nodded. I won't, I promise, I told her, and she smiled back at me. Chicago was still the same busy city. I decided to take a cab and headed straight to the Chadrick's building. But as I stepped out of the car, I just wanted to pivot and go back to Michigan. Julia and another older woman who seems to be in her mid-50s are standing in front of me. Julia is smirking at me while the older woman's eyes are narrowed at me. To be honest, there is something to the aura of the woman that screams elegance and luxury. Could she be Julia's mother? I pursed my lips in a thin line as I gripped tightly on my bag. My whole system is trembling as I step closer. What do you want? Julia asked me. I swallowed hard. I need to talk to Chadrick, I replied, trying so hard not to show fear and intimidation, especially to the woman. What do you want from my son? The woman asked. My eyes slightly widened. Damn, she's Chadrick's mother? Fuck. My lips parted. I'm just... damn it, Blight. What happened to your tongue? Julia cocked her head to the side. You're what? She asked me. What do you want to talk to my fiancé? I pursed my lips and stared at her sharply. It's private, I replied. Damn, I hate this girl's guts. Chadrick's mother stepped forward. If it's about your pregnancy, then sorry, she told me, and my eyes widened in surprise. They know? We'd like to talk to you in private instead. Julia raised her brow. Follow us, she told me as they walked inside the building. They were followed by men in suits who are obviously their bodyguards. No one could ever mistake them as normal citizens of the state because they have bodyguards tailing them. While I was walking behind them, I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that they had me investigated. They know about my pregnancy. They probably know more about me now. The two of them walked inside the conference room. That's what it said on top of the door. The bodyguards made way for me to walk. I gulped hard, intimidated by their presence. Julia and Chadrick's mother are sitting on the island while one bodyguard pulled a chair for me. I reluctantly sat, but the bodyguard nodded at me. I placed my bag on my lap. What? Julia pushed a paper to me. I grabbed it and my eyes widened when I saw what was written on it. Abortion? I asked as I looked at them. Are you kidding me? I couldn't help raising my voice. Julia sighed. Look, Chadrick doesn't need another baby. We already have ours, she said in full confidence. So abort that. I snapped at her. That? Did you just call my baby that? I was already seething in anger. How dare this woman called herself a human? I turned to Chadrick's mother, who seemed to be okay with this. Mom, The kid I am bearing is also your grandchild, I told her. Do you want me to abort my baby? Chadrick's baby? I clenched my fist tightly. Chadrick's mother pursed her lips. We can't accept your baby, she said, shaking her head. My lips parted in surprise. Why? I asked. Is it because I am not rich like you? She looked at me sharply. My son was only playing with you. He knew he was already engaged to Julia. She told me in a stern voice. You should have protected yourself from being pregnant. I scoffed and looked at her in disbelief. Now I know why they say money can't buy class. These people surely don't have any class in them at all. No matter how many designer brands clothe them, no matter how many gold cover them. As a woman, I don't know how you could talk to me that way, I told them as I stood up. Don't worry, Mom. Chadrick will never know he has another child. I'll make sure of that, I said before walking out the door. But just when I was leaving, Chadrick appeared in front of me. His eyes are narrowed at me. What are you doing here, Blight? He asked in a cold tone. I chuckled weakly as I stared into his eyes. I was just leaving, I told him and started to walk away. She asked me to abort our child, Julia suddenly yelled. I stopped, mouth parted in disbelief as I glared at Julia. What? Julia showed Chadrick the paper she just showed me a while ago, while acting better than the actresses I see on TV. Chadrick narrowed his eyes on me. Did you do that? He asked me. No, I vehemently denied. She's lying, Julia exclaimed. She just showed me this paper and threatened to kill our baby if I don't abort it. Chadrick glared at me. Did you do that? His voice thundered inside the room. I scoffed, unable to fathom where this Julia Campbell is getting all her guts to lie. I turned to Chadrick's mother, who was quite beside the hysterical Julia, before looking back at Chadrick, whose eyes are still glaring. Do you think I could do that? I asked him back. He clenched his jaw before nodding at the bodyguards, who immediately dragged me out of the building. They only let me go when I was near the street. Fuck you all! I yelled at them before crying hard. I started walking away, even though my vision is blurry because of the tears. I don't know how long I walked, but I only stopped when I felt a sharp pain on my lower abdomen. I stopped and held onto a post, writhing in pain. Miss, are you okay? A woman asked me. I breathed heavily and shook my head. Oh my God, you're bleeding! She let out a nervous shriek as she took her phone out. I looked down at my legs and my eyes widened when I saw blood flowing down. That was the last thing I saw before everything went black. I woke up, my eyes welcomed by the white ceiling and a dim room. I tried to move my hand but I couldn't because there's someone holding it. When I turned to it, I saw Aunt Georgina sleeping soundly. Her hands are on mine, gripping on me like telling me that she's there and she won't let go. I smiled and sighed. I tried to move but I felt an IV inserted on my other hand. And that's when I suddenly felt weak. What happened? I mumbled softly to myself, but it seemed like Aunt Georgina heard it because she stirred softly and sat up on the chair. She rubbed her eyes before looking at me. She gasped, You're awake! She beamed before pressing the call bell several times. I tried to sit up from the bed. What happened? I asked her in my hoarse voice. I tried to remember the last thing that happened before I fainted and my eyes widened. I caressed my belly and Aunt Georgina started crying. She shook her head as she hugged me. "I'm sorry, Blythe," she wept on my shoulder as she apologized over and over again. Tears started to brim around my eyes when I finally realized what's going on. Sobs started to come out as I hugged Aunt Georgina back. My baby, my child, my whole world shattered. Could I just be dreaming? How I wish this is only a nightmare. I would really be relieved if this was a nightmare. The door opened and Aunt Georgina and I both looked at who came in. It was a woman in a white coat with a nurse following behind. Aunt Georgina stood up while I wiped my tears away. The doctor cleared her throat as she looked at me with serious eyes. My heart is beating fast while waiting for what the doctor will say. "How are you feeling, Miss Prescott?" she asked me in a calm tone. I looked at her with heavy lids. "I feel weak, doctor," I replied. She pursed her lips in a thin line before taking a deep breath, like she's trying to gather her composure for the next thing she's about to say. She looked at me and smiled tightly. "I'm sorry," she finally started. "We all tried everything we could, but," she trailed, "we weren't able to save your baby." "No," I shook my head. I was crying just a while ago because I already had a glimpse of Aunt Georgina's tears, but right now, I feel like I've sunken under the ground. "No," I uttered, still shaking my head in disbelief. "That's not true." The doctor shook her head and sighed hard. "I'm really sorry, Miss Prescott," she said sadly. "We'll monitor you for the whole night, and maybe you could be discharged after 2 days. She looked at Aunt Georgina, who only nodded at her and gave a simple thank you before leaving the room. Flashbacks of what happened this morning made me tremble with rage. I'm mad at Julia, who fucking blatantly lied straight to my face without even fucking blinking. I'm mad at Chadrick's mother, who tolerated Julia's bullshit and for encouraging me to have abortion. I'm mad at Chadrick for just believing what Julia told him without even hearing my explanation. How could he do that when he's fucking begging me before? He begged for me to not leave him. Is he mad because of it? Is he mad because I left him without giving him a choice? That's why he also let me just get dragged without a chance to explain. Fuck him. Fuck him to depths of hell. Aunt Georgina has been consoling me, but no words could make me feel better. I lost my child. Nothing could ever make it okay to lose a child, born or not. My poor baby didn't even get a chance to see the world. I didn't even get the chance to see him or her. He or she didn't even get the chance to feel my touch. I clenched my fist tightly. How I wanted to go back to that fucking building and fucking yell at them all until I could no longer speak, or go to Julia and blame her for my lost child. But I couldn't. I don't want to stoop lower to their level. I'll get my revenge. I fucking will. What do you want for breakfast? Aunt Georgina asked me when she saw me sitting outside and staring at the flowers she's growing. It's been a week since that happened. My heart still aches for my child and still burns for Chadrick and his family. I couldn't even sleep at night because I am always reminded of that day. The pleas, the tears, the dragging away, the blood. I turned to Aunt Georgina and smiled weakly. I can see that she's so worried about me. I have lost a lot in months. My mom and my child. I cook bacon and eggs. That's your favorite, right? She asked me, trying to sound cheerful. I know she's trying her hardest to make me feel okay, and I really appreciate it. I smiled and nodded. All right, I said, standing up. Let's eat breakfast. Aunt Georgina smiled at me widely before holding my hand to go inside. She's trying to distract me with her extra stories. I already know that she's a friendly person, but she never really told me stories about her amigas. However, these past few days, she's been extra talkative and I don't need to ask why. I have been isolated for days, but I thought that it is suffocating to grieve longer. I can no longer bring back what I lost, but I have to move on and try to stay alive. Mom, I spoke to her grave. I got out today without Aunt Georgina with me because I told her I won't be long and that she could call me every 15 minutes if she wishes. I miss you. My voice cracked and tears started filling around my eyes. I wish you were here. My heart is hurting with both pain and longing. I could have been a mother too. I smiled weakly as I caressed her name on the stone. I could have given you a grandchild. I want to move on. I don't want to stay at home sulking. I don't want to isolate myself in the corners of our house because that would make me even sadder. I want to be busy. I want to be preoccupied. Please help me, Mom, I told her. Please help me through this. I shut my eyes and the tears started to fall automatically. This pain is too different from all the pains I have felt before. This pain is more than I could imagine, more than I could ever handle. Because it's not only pain I'm feeling, I am also angry beyond imagination. Every time I close my eyes at night, I remember Chadrick's face as he nodded at the guards to take me away. Chadrick's mother's face when she told me that I need to abort the baby. I couldn't get the fucking day out of my mind, and I know I probably won't. Did you know Chadrick Moore, Mom? I asked her. I love him so much. I surrendered myself to him. But I stopped and started sobbing once again. I don't think I will ever stomach seeing him again. He's one of the reasons why I lost my baby. I've already replayed that scene inside my head, seeing Chadrick again with his happy family. I will forever be bitter with that because those evil people strip away my chance at a happy life with my child. I only wanted to let him know about our child because I know that it is not right to keep Chadrick blindsided by this. I wasn't going to ask him to be with us. My child and I will be alright on our own. And I let Mrs. Moore know that, but she still didn't stop that liar from manipulating that stupid Chadrick. I don't think I will ever love again, Mom. My heart is already ripped into millions of small pieces. I don't think I could ever recover from that, I continued. Besides, I don't think I will be able to trust someone again. There are three things Chadrick stole from me: my ability to love, trust, and forgive. My whole system is so dark that I don't even know if I will be able to see light again. Will I be able to see light again? Blight. I froze momentarily when I heard my father's voice. I slowly turned behind me and saw Dad looking at me with a stern expression. But when he saw my eyes, his gaze softened. He sighed as she sat beside me. I moved away a little. "I'm sorry," he said softly as she carries Mom's stone carefully. "I don't know who he's apologizing to. Is it me or Mom? I'm sorry for leaving you without a proper explanation." He looked at me, eyes watery. "I couldn't just be with you two when I know that my job is dangerous." I narrowed my eyes at him. "What do you mean?" He smiled weakly. "You'll probably know in time," he replied. He took something from his pocket and handed them to me. It's a key card and a small piece of paper. "What are these for?" I asked him. I unfolded the paper and saw an address, but it is in Chicago. I looked at Dad with confused eyes before shaking my head. "I'm never going back to that hell again." I don't even know what the address means, but seeing that it's from that place, I know I wouldn't be visiting it soon, if not ever. "I'm sorry, Blight," he said. "I know that you won't accept it because it's in a city where you lost." He stopped and let out a heavy breath. My eyes began to water again. "Did you know?" My voice cracked. He nodded sadly. "I'm sorry you had to go through that, Blight," he told me silently. My tears started falling once more. "I'm just so sad. That baby was supposed to be my savior from devastation, but now the baby is gone too. Does this mean one thing? That I have to be lonely for the rest of my life?" Dad wrapped me up in his embrace that made me cry even harder. It's been years since I experienced this, and I believe I have forgotten how comforting it is for me. But now, I realize that his hug still comforts me and makes me feel better. You'll find someone who will love you and protect you more than anyone could, Blight. Please don't stop believing in love," he whispered to me before I broke down in his arms. "Blight, someone is looking for you," Agatha told me while I was busy encoding. "It's been 2 months and I'm working like there's no tomorrow. I don't want to have a break because that would only make me focus on the sad aspect of my life." I turned to Agatha with a questioning look. She smirked. "Don't worry, it's a woman." "Woman?" I narrowed my eyes in confusion before standing up from my cubicle to see who that woman is. I'm definitely not expecting any woman or anyone to visit me at work except for Aunt Georgina. So when I saw the unfamiliar woman waiting for me, I was surprised. "Miss Blythe Prescott?" she asked me in her sweet voice. I nodded reluctantly. She smiled and extended her hand to me. "I'm Charisse from St. John Orphanage," she said. I narrowed my eyes at her. What is an employee of an orphanage doing here? "We've been working with the organization of children with heart diseases, and we've been looking for foster parents for a child post-open heart surgery," she started. "What I'd like to ask now is if you're willing to adopt a child." My eyes widened. Adopt?" I asked, stammering because I don't know what's really happening. But I don't have any financial capacity to do so. I'm sure of that because when I lost my baby, I have been looking for ways to adopt a baby, but there are a lot of requirements for that." Charis smiled. "Don't worry. You have been recommended by our partner company, so they have provided all the requirements for you to lawfully adopt a child if you're willing to. I furrowed my brows. Is this a prank? I asked her. I would definitely let it go if she admits I am being pranked right now, because if she continues to joke around, I don't know what I will be able to do to her. She pushed an envelope towards me. Those are the legal papers you need to sign. We also have provided you with pictures of the child, she said. I also left my number there, together with the address of the hospital and the room number the child is in right now. You can read on them and give me a call if you would like it to push through. My lips parted. I am still in shock and surprise. I will wait for your call, Miss Prescott, she said before leaving me alone in the lounge. I tried to call her out, but she already got inside a cab. What the hell? That night, I read the file Charis gave me. I also told Aunt Georgina about it, but she only told me to do what I think is best for me. I was literally thinking twice until I saw a cute 2-year-old boy smiling widely at the photos. He's in a hospital bed with an IV drip on his hand. I visited the hospital and room Charis had listed and saw the cute boy in flesh. He's sleeping soundly while a staff from the orphanage is watching over him. The staff smiled at me. "Are you Miss Blythe Prescott?" she asked. I nodded. "I'm Farah," she said. "I am a staff from St. John Orphanage." I already know that. I walked closer to the bed and saw the child's sleeping face. Bullet. That was the name on the papers. I caressed his hair and a familiar swelling feeling attacked my chest. It's almost the same as the feeling I had when I first heard my child's heartbeat. Why did his parents leave him? I asked. He's such a cute boy. He's definitely hard to leave behind. But what is he doing in an orphanage? Farah sighed. His parents couldn't afford to raise him because they were kids themselves. They're only 17. The mother left Bullet in the orphanage when the father died due to suicide. We don't know the specific details, but the mother was also an orphan and she's mentally unstable because of depression. I sighed. Poor boy. Why did he have to suffer for something he wasn't responsible of? Bullet is a cheerful child. He always lights up the whole room, she said in a chuckle. You're really lucky, Miss Blythe, if you would take him with you. I looked at her and saw her smiling at me widely. Not all of us can become parents, so consider it a gift that you will be one. I smiled and nodded. That was the last push I had to hear for my undecided mind. Chadrick was not speaking after hearing my story. He was just sitting on the bed. He'd hung low in the middle of his shoulders, with hands locked together tightly. I pursed my lips in a thin line as I watched him mourn alone. Don't blame yourself, I told him. If this happened years ago, I would have asked him to blame himself. But that's not fair. I can't blame him for something he knew nothing about. The only mistake he did was to not listen to me. I held his shoulder, but he shook his head. Not long after, sobs were heard and his shoulders were shaking. Chadrick, I don't even know how to show my face to you now, he told me in between sobs. If I had known, only if I had known. He sobbed even harder and couldn't finish what he's going to say. Tears once more filled my eyes. I thought it would feel good to see him in remorse once he knew the truth. But now that he is, I feel like my whole world is also falling apart with him. I don't like seeing him cry. Am I stupid? Am I insane? I've always wanted him to suffer, but now that he is, all I'm asking is for him to stop blaming himself for something he has no control over. I didn't know what to do, but I wrapped him around my arms as we both cried for our little one. I'm sure that he's feeling guiltier than he's ever been, and I don't know how I could relieve that. It's done. Our little one has gone too soon. One thing life taught me through my darkest moments is that we need to live every single day to the fullest. Losing my mom and my child taught me that. Being with Bullet taught me that. I had to live my life without regrets and treat each other as my last because I don't really know when my time will come. So, no matter how many challenges I face in my lifetime, I have to fight. No matter how many times people hurt me, I must forgive. No matter how many times I fall, I rise. Life is too short to feel down and harbor ill feelings. I must live to be a better person each day. Chadrick finally looked at me and opened his arms, welcoming me inside. It feels so good. It feels his warmth. I feel safe. I feel better. I hope I am giving him the same sense of security. I hope my hug has the same impact on him. He kissed the side of my head while still sobbing hard. I embraced him tighter, assuring him that it's not his fault. We stayed like that for a while before I finally convinced him to eat with me. He didn't want to touch his food, but I volunteered to feed him. He was reluctant at first, but I gave him no choice. "How did you move on from that?" he asked me when I'm done feeding him. "That was the hardest moment of your life." I smiled and shook my head. "I didn't move on," I replied. "I kept all the bad memories in me and accepted them as part of what I am." I sighed. Although I worked so hard that I almost passed out weeks after my miscarriage. Chadrick's stare hardened when I mentioned the miscarriage. His jaw ticked and he looked angrier than ever. But I know that his anger is directed to himself. When I got Bullet, we had to leave because we wanted to live a new life. I continued. We flew to Hawaii and lived a quiet life until Bullet's condition required him frequent visits to his pediatrician in Michigan. He narrowed his eyes at me. "He's sick now?" he asked. I sighed. It isn't a surprise. When he got discharged after the heart surgery, we were already disclaimed by the doctor that he might need another fix when he reaches 5 years old. So, Aunt Georgina and I work hard for his maintenance medications and for his possible repeat surgery. Chadrick pursed his lips in a thin line. "Did you get a second opinion?" he asked. I nodded. "Same result, but it's okay. Like I said, we are already expecting the worst." He raised his brow. "And that is?" I smiled weakly. "The possibility of losing him." Something formed inside my throat as I uttered those words, and that's our urge to work hard and keep his appointment to the doctors religiously. "Blight," Chadrick's voice trailed softly. My eyes watered just thinking that something bad would happen to Bullet. If that happens, will I be able to still stand through the pain? I've lost enough in this lifetime. I don't want to lose more. I immediately wiped the tears from my eyes. I'm fine, Chadrick. I will see to it that nothing bad would happen to my son. Chadrick clenched his jaw as he stared at me intently before nodding. I smiled at him before heading to the sink and started washing the dishes. Are you looking for someone? Tracy asked me when she told me she's in the lounge. I was looking around and trying to find a trace of Chadrick but nothing. He's not here. He's not been in contact for almost a week now since the moment he knew about what happened to me. He doesn't even reply to my messages. How I wish I knew where he lived, but I never really seemed to care before. I turned to Tracy and shook my head. Nothing, I replied. She narrowed her eyes at me. You have to come with us, she said. It's Friday night and Ivana, Miles and I are planning on going to the club, she beamed. I have classes, I told her. She looked at me boringly. Come on, Blythe. Your classes end at 11. The party's just getting started by then, she told me. I'll pick you up. She seemed so determined to get me, so I had no choice but to agree. After all, I think I need a drink too, because I keep thinking about Chadrick these past few days. I'm wondering why he hasn't contacted me. Did he feel so bad about what he heard? Well, I expected that. But did he have to distance himself from me? I don't think so. I sighed as I left the classroom. Warren caught up with me. Your boyfriend hasn't been around all week, he said. Did you break up? I glared at him. What do you want? I asked. As expected, he's been offering to take me home whole week. Thank God that there are a lot of cabs around the area. Take you home, he suggested with a meaningful grin. I rolled my eyes. I have someone to pick me up, I told him. Who? Me. We both stopped when we heard Tracy's voice. She's looking at Warren an annoyed look while leaning on the hood of her car near the entrance of the school. She looked like she owned the place, like the usual mean girl that she is. Warren pursed his lips in thin line before turning to me. All right, Blythe, he started. I'll go ahead, he finished before walking to the red Volvo park not far from where Tracy's car is parked. I heard Tracy scoffing. He thinks he's handsome just because he drives a Volvo? She chuckled evilly. You wish, she yelled before getting inside her car. I slid inside and buckled my seatbelt. What bar are we going now? I asked her. Same, she replied as she started the engine. District G. They're already waiting for us, she said as she started driving away. I nodded and then got my phone from my bag. Disappointment hit me when I didn't see any message from Chadrick. Not that I'm still hoping for him to send me text now. He's ignored me for a week. I opened the thread of our messages. Me. Are you home? Me. I'm at school now. Are you not going to reply to me? Me. I'm at work. What are you doing? Me. Good night. Me. Good morning. What will you do today? Me. Please stop blaming yourself. Are you distancing yourself from me because of what I told you? It's okay now, Chadrick. Me. When will I see you again? I sighed and locked my phone before keeping it inside my bag. I am extremely bothered why Chadrick has suddenly lost contact with me. He should at least tell me what's wrong. I remember him telling me he doesn't know how to face me, but I didn't really think it would go this far. He hasn't spoken to me in a week and I extremely miss him. Blythe Prescott, Ivana spoke when she saw me. I smiled at her and nodded. I am not really close to her or to Miles because I don't think I was someone they would consider as a friend. After all, these people are the life of the party. Tracy especially. It's just that Tracy was a little too sociable. Ivana's face lit up. "Hello, do you remember me? I'm Ivana Lewis," she told me as she extended her hand to me. I smiled and nodded. I took her hand and shook it. "Of course, I know you." She giggled and called Miles, who's talking to a tall, blond man. "This is Miles," she said. Miles smiled at me. "Blythe Prescott, right?" he asked. I nodded and offered him my hand. He chuckled and accepted my hand. "Miles," he introduced himself. We all went to an empty booth in the corner and ordered drinks. We talked about how life went before Ivana and Miles went to the dance floor while Tracy is busy on her phone. "Anything wrong?" I asked her. Tracy looked at me and smiled. "Nothing," she replied, shaking her head. "I'm just reading something in the internet." I know she's lying because I can see how affected her expression is with what she read. But I didn't want to butt in. So I just grabbed a shot and downed it in one go. Tracy did the same before both of us sighed in unison. She looked at me and smiled weakly. "Have you ever been in love?" she asked me. I froze on her question. The shot I was supposed to take hung in the air as I looked at her, who seriously looking at me. "Why'd you ask?" she shrugged. "I just want to know how it feels." I narrowed my eyes at her. "Don't you have a man?" I asked. He dumped me. "Why?" I asked, unable to control myself. I know she already told me this, but I never really asked why. Now, I don't know if it's the liquor in my system or what, but I feel like she needs someone to talk to. Tracy let out a heavy sigh before looked at the dance floor. "He's getting married to someone better," she said hesitantly. I looked at her and saw sadness in her face. This is new to me. Tracy never showed me any sign of sadness. She was always cheerful. "How could you say he's marrying someone better?" I asked her. Tracy might not be the kindest woman I know, but I'm sure she's a good friend, so I could attest that she's a good person. So to hear her sadly talking about her ex who's now marrying someone better is definitely new news to me. Tracy smiled weakly. "The last time we met in this same bar, he dumped me and told he's getting married to someone better than me. Their wedding is dated a few months from now. I guess I didn't ask. I was too hurt to care." Her voice cracked and I see no trace of Tracy I know on the woman I am looking at right now. "But when I called you, you answered and called himself your boyfriend. I don't know if it was necessary for me to instill new hope to her, but I couldn't stop my curious mind." She looked at me and chuckled, but I hear no humor in that. "Probably for the last time," she replied, uncertain. "I don't really know, Blythe. He fought for me, you know. I just didn't fight for us. Maybe he got tired because I always told him he's bad for me." I can't help but feel sad at her revelation. Fighting for someone is not an easy thing to do, but winning a fight for someone could sure feel worth all the difficulty. My mind drifted to Chadrick. Is it time for me to fight for him this time? Do you want to fight for him now? I asked Tracy. She turned to me and nodded. I've long wanted to fight for him, but I was scared, and when I finally decided to woman up, it was already too late. He's already found someone else. I clenched my fist tightly. Do I want to experience the same fate as Tracy? Do I want to regret not giving all I got to the person I love? I've already regretted a lot of things in my life. Do I have to add Chadrick to my long list? Well, I give him up again just because he hasn't contacted me for a week. I looked at Tracy, who's staring blankly at her drink. Trace, do you know the address of Chadrick Moore? She immediately turned to me with narrowed eyes, showing a mix of shock and curiosity on her face. Chadrick Moore? Why? I bit my lip and smiled weakly. I want to talk to him, I replied. She blinked at me. Why would you? Do you know him? She asked again. I nodded. Do you have contact on his cousins? I really badly want to talk to him. I could beg if I have to. Tracy reluctantly took her phone from her clutch before dialing a number. She's still looking at me suspiciously, but I don't care anymore. I'll tell her everything about Chadrick and I right after I fix our relationship. Sage, she said on the phone. Do you know where Chadrick is? She asked before her eyes widened. What? Where? She looked at me in horror before bringing the phone down. He's in the hospital. His cousin said someone stabbed him and he had to be operated on. He also got hit in the head and until now is unconscious. I could almost feel my whole world crashing under my feet. What hospital? I asked her. She stood up and got her clutch. I'll drive you there, she told me before walking out of the club. I don't remember that time I have prayed so hard for a miracle in my life. Was it when Mom was inside the operating room? Was it when I miscarried? Was it when I found Bullet? I can only count those moments, but I know that I only do so when I have to. And right now, I couldn't think of anything else while Tracy and I drove to the hospital where Chadrick is admitted on but to pray. I don't know if someone is listening. I hope someone is listening. But I could offer my whole life just to save Chadrick. He's in the VIP suite, Tracy told me while we were waiting for the lift to open. She looked at me curiously. I hadn't cried yet, but it is obvious that I am in distress. I know there are a lot of questions inside her head, but now is not the time for me to answer all of them. I need to see Chadrick. I don't care who I could meet upstairs, be it his parents or other relatives. I want to see him and see to it that he's fine. My heart started to beat loudly when we entered the lift. Tracy pressed the button and we're now both heading towards the 10th floor. I clasped my hands together as I counted silently in my head while looking at the number of floors we're passing. When I heard the elevator chime signaling that we're in the right floor, my heart was erratically racing. Tracy walked to the right and I followed her. There were 3 men talking in the hallway. All of them are tall, muscular, and with intimidating auras. They are dressed in corporate attires while seriously talking about something. Sage, Tracy said, and the man with a clean-cut hair, dark eyes, and white long-sleeve shirt turned to our direction. I almost dropped my bag to the ground. He kind of looks like Chadrick, but this one looks a little more intense. The dark color of his eyes makes me think that he's so serious and intense. "How's Chadrick?" Tracy asked while I trailed behind her. The other two men looked at me until the one with a mischievous grin walked towards me. "Are you the girl from Michigan?" he asked me. My whole system froze. "What? Girl from Michigan? Wait, he knows me?" "Yes, she is, Porter. Stop doing that. She's already scared," Tracy said as she motioned to protect me from that Porter. Porter shrugged and then patted the man beside him. "Looks like Chadrick is whipped too," he chuckled while the other one snorted. "Miller, Porter, stop that," Sage said in his low voice. He turned to me and smiled tightly. "Chadrick is inside," he told me. "Do you want to see him?" I swallowed hard and slowly nodded. I clenched my fist tight as I walked towards the door. Sage opened it for me and got inside first. I stared at the floor, contemplating if I can bear to see Chadrick's unconscious and lying on a hospital bed. I heard Sage's heavy breath, so I looked up to him. He's staring at me with an unreadable expression before nodding. I bit my lip before looking towards Chadrick's direction, and my heart sank deep with what I saw. Chadrick is sleeping on the bed with a lot of IV drips and machines connected to him. There's a tube connected to his nostril. There's a bandage wrapped around his head, and I can see that they shave his head. He has a few cuts and bruises on his face. Tears immediately pulled around my eyes as I dragged my feet towards his bed. I am trembling as I reach the edge of his bed. My knees wobbled and I almost fell on the floor if not for Sage holding my elbows. "Sit here," he told me as he pulled a chair close to the bed and assisted me to take a seat. "Do you need water?" he asked. I shook my head. My eyes are on Chadrick while tears started to fall down my eyes. I haven't seen him in a week. He hasn't replied to my text. I thought he was so guilty about what I told him, but it turns out he is hospitalized. My trembling hands reached for his hand and caressed it. Sobs immediately came out my mouth as I held onto his hand like my dear life depended on it. "He's been unconscious for a week," Sage started. "He underwent 2 operations, one on his head to drain and stop the bleeding and one on his abdomen to fix the organ's stub." I shut my eyes and bawled even harder. "I'm sorry," I whispered in between sobs. "I'm sorry. I'll leave you for now," Sage told me before leaving the room for me to have a private moment with Chadrick. Seeing Chadrick helpless in a bed is making me weak. Never in my life have I imagined that I would see him like this. He was strong. He was my source of strength. How will I find strength right now that he is like this? I cried and cried until I could no longer produce tears. I cried and cried until my eyes were tired. I heard the sliding door opening. I turned to it and saw Tracy coming inside. She looked at me apologetically and I smiled at her weakly, nodding. She walked towards the edge of the bed and let out a heavy sigh when she saw Chadrick's current condition. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the girl from Michigan that they were teasing Chad all the time." I looked at her. "They know?" I asked. Tracy nodded. "Chadrick met an accident before while on his way back from Michigan, according to Sage. Chad was dumb and that he drove drunk." My eyes widened. "What? I didn't know this. Tracy chuckled weakly. Thank God it was nothing serious, just a simple fracture that healed after weeks, she continued. Chad was expecting the girl to come to see him. He's been sending her texts but no one came. I swallowed hard. I blocked his number then. I couldn't read his messages. Was that why he was so cold when I met him? Was that why he preferred to believe Julia over me? Because he was still mad at me for not showing up to his hospital room when he got into an accident? Seems like he really loves you, Tracy said. And to see you crying hard here, I guess you also love him back. I bit my lip and looked at Chadrick. I haven't really told him personally how I feel for him, but I know deep down inside me that I love him so much. I wouldn't be able to forgive him if I don't. My love for him is greater than the hate I used to have. Tracy sighed hard. Chadrick is really a black, huh? She said. I remember Sage when he was still trying to win back my cousin. He would always check on her at work. The other two idiots were even worse. I looked at her and saw her smirking at me. He's in the lobby of the law firm because of you, right? She said in a knowing tone. I licked my lower lip and nodded. Tracy chuckled and shook her head. Well, he deserves someone like you, Blight, she told me. So don't leave him now. Fight for him and fight with him. Don't fight yourself. I woke up with the sound of the machine. I fell asleep sitting, holding Chadrick's hand. I looked at Chadrick and saw that he's still sleeping. I sighed and fixed his blanket before caressing his face. Please wake up, baby, I whispered. I decided to go to the bathroom and wash my face first. Tracy and the cousins went home at around 2 in the morning. They entrusted Chadrick to me and told me that they'll be here before breakfast. I looked at the wall clock and saw that it's almost 6 in the morning. I sighed and looked at Chadrick again. He's still sleeping soundly. I hope he wakes up today. I wish he wakes up right now. My phone vibrated. It was a text from Aunt Georgina. Aunt Georgina, your father came here. He was asking if you're coming home today. I narrowed my eyes at her text, and then I remembered that it's Saturday today. I'm supposed to go home. Me. Good morning, Aunt Georgina. I can't come home this weekend. I am in the hospital. Something happened to Chadrick. Why would Dad look for me? As far as I know, Dad never looked for me for the past 3 years. The last time I saw him was in the cemetery when I was mourning for the death of my child. Aunt Georgina, what happened to Chadrick? Aunt Georgina, are you back together? Aunt Georgina, did he take you back? I scoffed at her last text. Why does it feel like Chadrick has the last say whether to take me back or not? He was the one begging me to come back. Me. He's in coma. A group of men hit his head and stabbed him in the abdomen. Aunt Georgina. Oh my God! May he wake up? I sighed. Me. That's what I'm praying for too. I looked at Chadrick and he's still not showing any sign of movement. My phone vibrated again. Aunt Georgina. Your dad keeps asking me where you are. I gave your number to him. I rolled my eyes and sighed. What does Dad want now anyway? Me. Okay, I'll just talk to him. I wonder if he's involved in what happened to Chadrick. He wouldn't ask for me for nothing. He wouldn't ask for me if he's not up to something. Not long after, An unknown number was calling me. "Blythe, it is Dad. Where are you?" His voice sounded so urgent. I pursed my lips in a thin line before moving away from the bed. "Hospital," I replied. "Why are you looking for me, Dad?" I heard people talking from the other line before Dad yelled at them to keep quiet. "How are you related to the heir of Moore Resorts?" He was serious. I furrowed my brows. "How did you know?" "Look, Blight," he cut me off. "The people of Mayor Gulman are eyeing you and everyone around you. They had failed their latest transaction and are exposed for all their offshore accounts. Now, they're on the move to find who exposed them." I stood there, confused because I don't understand anything from what he's saying. I know that he's running illegal business. I know that he's getting his from the black market. But I don't know what I have to do with that. "I'm sorry, Blight. They are suspecting us because we won the bid and now eyeing every single family member or anyone close to us," Dad said with an apologetic voice. I scoffed. "What?" I asked. "You mean the men who attacked Chadricks are—" I couldn't even finish my sentence. Did I do this to him? Tears started to fall around my eyes as my hands trembled. "We are suspecting for now," Dad told me. "One of the bodyguards I sent you saw the whole thing and reported to me. We've been trying to contact the other camp for a week now but to no avail." I swallowed hard. Why would they get him? They should have gotten me. I was already crying. I can't believe Chadrick was attacked because of me. The bodyguard said that the boy was preventing them from getting to you, Dad replied in a sad voice. I froze. Everything is spinning until sobs came out of my mouth, and I fell on the floor, knees giving up. "Dad," I called him like a little girl, wanting for protection. "Don't worry, Blight. We'll go and find the culprit and make sure everyone around you is safe," he consoled me. "I already have people around Georgina and your son. I will add more tonight. As for you, I've always had someone make sure you're safe, but I'm adding more right now. I don't care about me anymore. I just want to find the suspect and make sure he gets what he deserves. The Hare's cousins are also on the move. I'll see if I can work with them." Dad was obviously worried. "Don't go out alone, Blight. I don't know what I'd do if I lose you too." It was past 7 in the morning when the door opened, revealing the cousins of Chadrick. All three of them came in, wearing suits and are looking ready for work. Miller was holding a paper bag and handed it to me. "My wife prepared breakfast," he told me as he smiled. "You should eat, Blight." I smiled weakly and took the paper bag but placed it on the table. "Is there any progress?" Porter asked. I shook my head. He sighed hard. Sage walked closer to Chadrick and stared at him. "This brute should wake up soon," he said while looking at his cousins. Miller grinned. "You know, assholes like him can't not wake up after a little swing on the head," he chimed. "I know they're trying to brighten up the mood and I really appreciate that." Porter laughed. "If you don't wake up today, we'll call all the girls you played with and have them protest in front of your room," he told the sleeping Chadrick. The three of them laughed and I couldn't help but smile. Miller looked at me. "Did you get a good sleep?" he asked. "Aunt Seth is coming before lunch. She had just attended a meeting." "Aunt Seth?" Chadrick's mother, she clarified. My lips parted. Ah, I nodded. You should go home first, Porter told me. We all asked Tracy to come by today because she isn't that busy. Our wives will also stop by and watch over him. I smiled weakly and nodded. I want to stay beside him, I told them. They all looked at me sternly. This is actually giving me chills. It's like three Chadricks are looking at me at the same time. We know what happened the last time you and Aunt Seth met, Sage said. I nodded. It's okay. I'm not pregnant this time, I replied in assurance. Miller's eyes widened while Porter's lips parted. Sage remained stern. You have a child with Chadrick? He asked me. I bit my lower lip. Why did I say that again? I don't, I replied. I had a miscarriage after. Holy shit, Miller cursed out loud. He looked at Sage, who's looking at me with narrowed eyes. This playboy didn't fucking know how to fucking utilize all the condoms he bought. What a moron. Porter glared at his cousin. Shut up, Miller. It's not like you're wearing one with Cassandra. Miller glared back. Oh yeah, you could relate to that, right? Porter stepped forward but Sage stopped them. He turned to me and sighed. All right, you can stay here the whole day, Blight. We're not telling you to leave. We're just worried because watching over a patient alone is tiring and I heard you're studying law. Miller and Porter looked at me as well. I nodded. It's fine. I don't have classes and work today. I'll stay with Chadrick until he wakes up. I don't want to leave him. I want to be here when he gains his consciousness back. Miller, you're annoying, a weak voice said, and we all turned to Chadrick. His brows are furrowed as he tried to open his eyes. I immediately ran beside him and held his hand. Chadrick, I called him. He chuckled weakly and grinned as his eyes opened, directed to me. I'm fine, baby, he uttered in a weak voice. Porter immediately ran outside and called for the nurse while Sage and Miller walked closer as well. Tears flooded my eyes as I reached out for his face. Sobs relentlessly came as I hugged him. I heard him wincing a bit but I felt him kissing my head. I'm sorry I had you worried, he whispered. I shook my head and cried even harder. Why is he apologizing? I should be the one doing that. He tried to save me. He sacrificed himself for me. I love you, I whispered to him in between sobs. He chuckled and wrapped his arm around my waist, hugging me. I didn't know I have to knock on death's door before I could hear you tell them, he said softly before kissing my temple. The doctor came in and started examining Chadrick. His cousins, especially Miller, had a lot of questions to the doctor, which Chadrick only sighed. He looked at me and smiled. He's sitting on the bed, his back on the headboard. He lifted his hand and I held it before pulling me to stand beside him. How did you know I was here? He asked me. I smiled weakly. I asked Tracy if she knew where you live. She called Sage, and that's when we knew you were here, unconscious for 1 week. The sides of his lips rose, and he playfully smiled at me. You miss me? The excitement in his voice cannot go unnoticed. I frowned at him and rolled my eyes. I heard one of his cousins snort a laugh, and I suddenly blushed in embarrassment. How could this stupid ask me an awkward question in front of his cousins? Chadrick turned to them and glared. Don't you have work? he asked them in a frustrated tone. Miller smirked and tilted his head to the side. "Why do you want us out so bad? You just woke up from a week of sleep, Chad," he teased, and Chadrick threw him a dirty finger. Sage and Porter were just laughing. I watched them four interact and realized how close they are with each other. I could only imagine when the four of them are in a club together. The girls would definitely lose their sanities. Chadrick rolled his eyes and turned to me. "Have you eaten?" he asked me. I shook my head. "Cassandra cooked this morning. I gave Blythe breakfast," Miller interjected. Chadrick looked at him with narrowed eyes. Miller just raised his hand in surrender. "I was only trying to help since Blythe watched over you the whole night alone," he defended. Chadrick turned to me again. "You did?" he asked, eyes gleaming. I pursed my lips in a thin line. I wanted to hit him, but I remembered his wounds, so I stopped myself. Miller snorted, followed by the other two. Chadrick sighed and lazily turned to his cousins. "Can you all just leave us alone?" he requested, obviously annoyed at their presence. The three laughed and shook their heads. They went to the couch and started watching TV instead. Chadrick sighed and rolled his eyes. "Did they give you a hard time?" he asked me. I shook my head as I sat on the chair beside his bed. I stared at him and smiled weakly. "They shave your head," I told him. He let out another deep sigh. "Do I still look handsome then?" he asked, pissed but teasing at the same time. I chuckled and shrugged. "I think your cousins are more handsome than you," I told him in a whisper. He automatically narrowed his eyes at me. "What?" he asked in disbelief. I bit my lip and tried to hide a smile from showing. "Who?" he probed as he looked at his cousins who were already immersed in the business news they are watching. I looked back at him and shrugged. "I don't know. They all seem more handsome than you." I continued on my teasing. He narrowed his eyes at me, jaw ticking and clenched tight. He turned to his cousins again. "You all go home," he told them. Sage looked at our way. "We're waiting for your mother," he replied. Porter nodded. "We texted here that you're waking up," he added. "She left the meeting and rushed to come here." I could see Chadrick freezing on his spot. His brows are furrowed. "I don't want to see her," he told them. Anger is dripping like acid in his voice. Miller stood up and sighed. "She's still your mother, Chad," he said. "I know you haven't been talking to your parents, but they're still your parents." I looked at Chadrick. I remember him telling me that he's not in contact with his parents anymore since the day happened, but I didn't really believe him back then. After all, even I who hates my father so much, I'm still in contact with him through my aunt. "I don't want to see any of them," Chadrick uttered in gritted teeth. Sage sighed and pursed his lips in a thin line. He looked at me before blowing another heavy breath. "I can't forgive them for what they did to me and Blythe," Chadrick continued. His cousins just looked at him with unreadable expressions on their faces. Their thick brows are furrowed, but I can't see any anger or annoyance in their faces. "I know what you feel," Sage started, "but in the end, they are still your parents. She's still your mother and she's always going to be worried about you." Chadrick looked away. Still mad. He's not listening to any of his cousins. I sighed and held his hand, gave it an assuring squeeze, making him turn to me. I smiled widely. "They're right, Chadrick. She's still your mother," I told him, hoping that he would listen to me. Chadrick clenched his jaw tightly. "I still can't forgive her for what she did and Julia did to you," he replied. "Damn, I can't even forgive myself. How the fuck could I forgive them?" My lips parted. I looked at his cousins and they nodded at me before leaving the room. I faced Chadrick again and smiled. "I've forgiven you, Chadrick," I told him. "Please find it in you to forgive yourself and others as well." Chadrick pursed his lips in a grim line. He's looking at me with narrowed eyes and furrowed brows. "I'm sorry, Blight," he trailed, "but I can't do that now." I sighed. Before I got jumped on with a knife and steel pipe, I was only thinking of all the things I did to you, of all the pain I caused you, of what I could do to forgive myself for letting you go through misery for years. He started, eyes bloodshot with tears brimming. "I don't think I could forgive myself. I will never be able to turn back time again. I will forever be sorry for being one of the reasons why you lost our child." "Chadrick," I called him, trying to stop him from being hard on himself. He shook his head and smiled weakly. "For once I thought I would die," he said. "I thought I would finally pay for what I did to you." "Stop it," I cut him off. "If something worse happened to you, I won't be able to forgive myself," I told him, and his eyes softened. "My father knows who did this to you and is currently trying to track them down." He clenched his jaw. "How did you know?" he asked. "You know what your father does?" I pursed my lips in a thin line. "I don't know what he does, but I have a general idea that it is not legal. He could be a mafia or something, but I didn't care much about it. He gave me this 3 years ago," I said as I went to my bag and got the key card my dad gave me. "This is a key card to their secret hideout," I told him. "I haven't gone there, but I know it is." Chadrick looked at me. I sighed and kept the key card again. "This is one of the reasons why I am back in Chicago. I want to see what he is doing, no matter how much I hate him." "Do you also know the bodyguards around you?" he asked me. I narrowed my eyes at him. "What?" I asked back. "Your father has people around you to keep you safe," he replied. "I knew about them when I saw you in the club for the first time. They're around you but not close enough so you'd think you're suffocated or being watched." My lips parted. I didn't know that. All I know is that Dad will give me and our house in Michigan bodyguards for security now. Chadrick sighed. "That's when I started to investigate your background and learned that your father holds the biggest underground business right now. They have dethroned the business of Mayor Galman and are the suspects for the whistleblowing on Galman's offshore accounts and money laundering offenses." "He knew about all this? That's why I ask you to change your locks. I don't want you getting involved in your father's dirty business," he said in a serious tone. "The underground is too dangerous. You're my woman and I love you so much. I'd fucking die if something happens to you." My heart leaped with his last sentence. I have heard him tell me he loves me, but now seems to be the only time that I have his words seeped into my veins. He looked at me with his passionate gray eyes. "Stay here with me," he said as he reached for my hand again. He laced his fingers with mine as he slightly pulled me towards him. He's so tall that even when he's lying on the bed while I am standing in front of him, our eyes are on the same level. "I don't know what I'd do if something bad happens to you," he whispered before pulling my face close to him, giving me a quick kiss on the lips. My whole system went haywire with just a simple kiss, and everything is now clear to me. I love him just as much. I wouldn't be disaffected with his simple gestures if I don't love him so much. "I'll stay," I told him. He caressed my lips with his thumb. "Really?" he asked, voice hoarse. I nodded. "I won't leave you, Chadrick," I replied. His eyes softened as he smiled at me. "Good," he said. "Now, go eat breakfast. I'll watch you from here." I frowned at him. "Will you be okay?" I asked. "They just removed the tube from my nose. You heard what the doctor said. I can't eat yet," he told me and smiled. "Go and eat. You're gotten thinner for only a week I was gone. I bet you can't live without me too," he said in a mischievous grin, and I just rolled my eyes. I started eating because Chadrick was annoyingly adamant on it. To be honest, the food Miller's wife cooked is delicious. "Is Miller's wife a chef?" I asked Chadrick. He turned to me and shook his head. "His wife is a ballerina," he replied. "They had a complicated relationship. They had to go to Hawaii and live there, away from all the media and drama of Chicago." I nodded. "You're right," I said. He narrowed his eyes at me. "What?" he asked, obviously confused. I smiled. "There's a lot of media and drama here in Chicago." He smiled. "So, where do you want us to live?" he asked me. I brought my spoon down and thought of a good place. "I'd love to stay in Michigan, live beside a lake, I guess," I replied with a shrug. Chadrick smirked and nodded. "That's already taken care of, baby," he told me, and I couldn't help but giggle. I continued eating until I finished the whole thing. I went to the sink and washed the dishes when the door opened, revealing Chadrick's mother. Her classic beauty goes so well with her hair cleanly tied up. Her eyes widened when she saw me before her brows furrowed. "What are you doing here?" she yelled at me. I bit my lip, looking down. "What are you doing here, Mom?" Chadrick asked. His tone is obviously annoyed. "And why are you yelling at my girlfriend?" My eyes widened. Did he just call me girlfriend? Mrs. Moore's voice echoed the whole room. Chadrick looked at his eyes grimly. "Yes," he replied. "Do you have a problem with that?" Mrs. Moore looked at me. "Leave me and my son alone," she told me. I nodded and was about to leave when Chadrick stopped me. "No, she will not leave," he yelled at his mother. His mother seemed taken aback, but she sighed and walked closer to Chadrick. "Chad, this woman was supposed to be carrying my child. If only you didn't ask her to abort it," Chadrick shouted. I immediately walked to him and tried to calm him down. "The doctor said he shouldn't strain himself, and I don't give a damn if his mother is annoyed at me." I held his hand and tried to caress it, But he was trembling in anger. "You knew she was pregnant and you still tolerated Julia," Chadrick uttered in gritted teeth. "I'm damn stupid to believe you." "Son," Chadrick shook his head, "did you know she had a miscarriage?" he asked his mom. His mother's eyes widened as she looked at me, obviously shocked at what she heard. "She had a miscarriage that same day." "Chadrick," I called him in a soft voice, hoping that it would calm him down. "It's okay. It's been so long," I continued, and I stroked his arm. Chadrick shook his head. "I don't care, baby. I need her to be aware of the hell you went through," he told me. I pursed my lips in a thin line before letting out a heavy breath. I looked at Mrs. Moore, who's staring at her son with horrified expression. Chadrick turned to his mother. "Leave, Mom. I don't want to see you right now," he said in a dismissive tone. Mrs. Moore's eyes were watery as she looked at me. She looked like she was about to say something but she couldn't, so she left the room with silence in the air. Chadrick had to undergo another set of diagnostic tests later that day. He was sent to the CT scan room and was taken specimen for his blood test. Of course, he never let me leave me all throughout. He let me come with him and even held his hand when blood was being extracted. What a baby. Sage smiled at me when he visited again in the afternoon. He's holding a box of donuts he bought on the way. Also, he's with his wife, a beautiful slender woman with long hair and kind eyes. She smiled at me. "Hello, I'm Heaven. You must be Blight," she said, and I could fall in love with her sweet voice. If she is Sage's wife, then she must be Tracy's cousin. "Yes, my name's Blight Prescott," I told her as I extended my hand. She chuckled and pulled me for a hug instead. "Nice meeting you," she beamed. "I have only heard you from the stories of the boys when you dumped Chad years ago." My eyes widened. Did all of them know about what happened to me and Chadrick 3 years ago? Heaven smiled. "You know, these boys have always seen to it that they pester someone who got dumped," she continued in clarification. "Apparently, Chad has been laughing at the tree for years before he met his match." I smiled tightly before turning to Chadrick, who looked away with flustered cheeks. Heaven laughed and walked towards Chadrick. "Are you okay now?" she asked in a soft but playful voice. "We brought you your favorite donuts. Although Sage told me you can't eat yet," she told him before turning to me. "Can't he eat yet?" "He can," I replied. "He's done with the diagnostic test and had been cleared by his doctor to eat." Heaven nodded and then opened the box of donuts on the bedside table. She grabbed the chocolate-flavored one that's stuffed with nuts. She placed it in a saucer before handing it to Chadrick with a fork. Chadrick rolled his eyes but got the food. "I guess he wants you to feed him," Heaven told me. My eyes widened as I looked at Chadrick, who's also looking at me. He's holding out the fork to me and I had no choice but to roll my eyes and move closer. He even walked a while ago. How can he not feed himself? Chadrick grinned at me and handed me the fork and the saucer. I half-heartedly took them from him and started feeding him with Sage and Heaven watching us with smiles on their faces. "Can you chew, Chad? Or do you want Blight to do it for you too?" Sage snorted a laugh before Heaven hit him lightly. I really thought Sage was the most serious one among the three of them. Miller and Porter seemed so casual and playful, but I guess I'm wrong. All of them tease each other pretty good. Chadrick threw Sage a dirty finger which only made the latter laugh louder. Heaven was just shaking her head while watching the two interact. Chadrick rolled his eyes and turned to me. "Do you want one too?" he asked. I smiled tightly and shook my head. "I don't like sweets anymore," I replied. He narrowed his eyes at me. "Why?" I shrugged. "To be honest, Bullet doesn't like sweet things other than cookies and cakes. He hates donuts and brownies for no apparent reason. That's why Aunt Georgina doesn't sell them in her cafe." He stared at me as if studying me before nodding. Heaven chuckled and we both turned to her. She's looking at us with excited eyes as she clung onto Sage's arm. "I haven't seen Chad this submissive," she said, and Sage laughed. "He's always the type who would blow the girls off if he doesn't like them. Never the type to run after women," Sage added. I pursed my lips in a thin line as I narrowed my eyes at Chadrick, who was already glaring at his cousin and Heaven. I stabbed a portion of donut a little bit noisily before motioning it to him. He slowly turned to me with an apologetic look, but my lips are pursed tightly, looking like I am already annoyed at him. "Eat this," I told him in a serious tone. I heard Sage and Heaven chuckle before walking towards the couch and started talking about Ivan, who I think is their child. "You shouldn't believe them," Chadrick said, pouting. I raised my brow at him. "So you weren't like that?" I asked him, still annoyed at him. He bit his lower lip. "I stopped doing that when I met you," he confessed in a soft whisper. "This," I rolled my eyes. "I still can't get over the fact that you had sex with that Julia Campbell before knowing me. Don't you have a type?" I can see him swallowing hard. He was about to say something when Sage butt in. "He definitely doesn't have a type." Heaven hit his arm playfully. "You talk like you're innocent. You never had a type before, too. You treat girls the same way Chadrick treats them. All four of you." I smirked and shook my head. Elite men really think of themselves as higher species. No, they think they could play with every woman's heart just because they could offer a good fuck. Not long after, Porter came in with his wife and a little kid. He looked a little older than Bullet, who is now turning 5 years old. "Hello, Blight," Porter told me with a smile. "This is my wife, Graciela, and our son, Paul." Graciela smiled at me. She's beautiful, looking so elegant even with corporate clothes. Unlike Heaven, whose beauty is pure innocence, Graciela looked lethal, like she's not someone to be messed with, but still looked kind in some ways because of her smile. "Nice to meet you, Blight," she told me as she pulled me close for a hug, like what Heaven did. She then turned to her son. "Paul, greet Blight. She's your Uncle Chadrick's girlfriend." I could cringe at the word used for me, but I guess I only need to get used to it. But then again, since when did Chadrick ask me to be his girlfriend anyway? "Hello," Paul beamed at me in a wide smile. "I'm Paul." I smiled and bent down to his height. "Hello, Paul. My name's Blight," I introduced. He smiled even wider and kissed my cheek. "Nice meeting you, Blight," he beamed before running to Chadrick. "Why do you have that on your head?" he asked as he pointed at the bandage at Chadrick's head. Chadrick gladly explained to him everything, and I could only smile at their little moment. I could imagine him talking to Bullet and being this close to my son. Bullet never really had a father figure because all his life he only knew me and Aunt Georgina. He knew some people from the neighborhood, but he never once called someone a father. Aunt Georgina would always tell me to find a man that would be a father figure for Bullet because eventually he will look for his father. I'm just relieved that he doesn't look for one now. "Are you okay?" Graciela asked me when she saw me quietly watching her son and Chadrick. I looked at her and smiled. "I just miss my son," I told her. Her eyes widened. "You have a son?" she asked a little too loudly, making everyone turn to us. "How old is he?" Porter turned to her, looking horrified and scared at the same time for reasons I am not aware of. "Graciela," he called her sternly. Graciela looked at him and he shook his head. "Ah, okay, now I understand the sudden panic on his face." I smiled and shook my head. "It's okay," I told Porter. "I have a son. His name is Bullet. He's almost 5 years old now," I continued. "I adopted him from the orphanage after his heart surgery when he was 2 years old." All them except for Chadrick and Paul looked so shocked. Paul even ran to me with a smile. "You have a son? Where is he?" he asked excitedly. I ruffled his hair. "He's in Michigan right now. He can't come here because he's sick," I explained to him. He frowned. "Is Michigan far from here?" I shook my head. "It's near, just a train away." His face brightened and then he turned to his mother. "Mom, let's go there," he beamed. "Let's meet Bullet." Graciela smiled and nodded before hugging her son. "Of course, we'll visit him soon." Porter cleared his throat, so I turned to him. "If you don't mind me asking, how did you find the orphanage?" he asked. I blinked at him. "I was visited by one of the staff of St. John Orphanage. They said they're looking for someone who will adopt a boy post-heart surgery." He narrowed his eyes at me before looking at Sage. Sage nodded at him with lips pursed tightly. Porter looked at me again. "What did they tell you?" I told them what happened and everything that Charis told me. I practically narrated everything that happened to me when I adopted Bullet. "Porter, why are you asking?" Chadrick asked his cousin. Porter turned to him before shrugging. "I just feel like I read about some orphanage years ago, right, Sage?" Sage inhaled a deep breath before nodding. I narrowed my eyes at them and was already getting more curious when Graciela broke the silence. "Let's just plan a trip to Michigan," she beamed as she and her son started collaborating and doing the plan of excitement. "You really can't make Bullet come here?" Chadrick asked me when we were left alone in the room. I looked at him and shook my head. "He's feeling okay, but I am scared that his heart might falter during travel. Aunt Georgina and I have been planning for them to visit me here, but I have always voiced out my concern about Bullet's heart condition. We don't know what would happen along the way." I couldn't even sleep a wink during our trip to and from Hawaii. "I want to see him," Chadrick said in a whisper. My lips parted as I looked at him. "You do?" I asked in disbelief. He nodded and smiled. "Of course," he replied. "I want to see the boy who saved you." His eyes were soulful and still full of remorse. He reached out his hand and held mine, giving it a light squeeze. I smiled weakly. "He's still unstable right now," I told him. "Let's just visit him when you get better." Chadrick's eyes widened, lips parted. "You'll allow him to see me?" he asked. I nodded slowly. "Why would I not?" I asked back. He shrugged. "You know, I saw how Porter was so devastated when Grace kept Paul away from him for 5 years," he started. "If he didn't accidentally see Paul from Grace's cousin's house, he wouldn't have known he has a son. And God knows when Grace will finally tell him the truth." I watched him speak. I looked so sad. "I thought you wouldn't want me to see Bullet as well," he continued. I raised my brow. "Why? Bullet is not your son," I told him. "He's not my biological son too. There's no reason for me to keep him for me." He sighed and looked down, seemingly thinking of something so deep before looking at me again. "What if I want to be his foster father?" he asked in a soft voice. I couldn't help my jaw from dropping. You want that?" I asked, stammering because he caught me off guard. He smiled weakly. "The shock on your face makes me question if it's all still unclear to you," he said. I narrowed my eyes at him, confused at what he means. He lifted my hand and kissed the back of my palm. My heart immediately raced tenfold. My mind couldn't stop expecting on what he's going to say next. "Had I not made it known to you that I want to be with you forever?" he asked in a soft but sweet voice. I could feel thousands of butterflies bursting in my stomach. My whole system is in a haywire, and I couldn't control all the emotions surfacing all at once. Chadrick must have noticed my expression because he smiled and pulled me closer to him. He carries my face tenderly as his eyes trap me in an endless pit. I feel so drunk with his stare. I've never thought I was capable of feeling this way in front of someone's eyes. He pulled me even closer, making our faces just inches away from each other. "I love you, Blight. I'm fucking lost in love with you." His words sent shivers to my spine. I know this is not the first time he told me this, but my heart feels like it's going to burst anytime. "Chadrick," he shook his head. "I almost died, baby. And now, all I've learned is to live my life without regrets. I don't want to spend my life agonizing over the things I couldn't do with you," he said with a voice full of sincerity. "So please, marry me. I'm begging you to marry me and live with me for the rest of our lives." My lips parted in what he just said. "Chadrick," I called him in a whisper as tears started to pull around my eyes. My whole body is frozen. My whole system is working on its own. My heart is almost leaping out of my chest. Chadrick smiled at me. "I'm sorry I don't have a ring with me, but I've never been so sure of my decisions in life, Blight. This is the decision I know I wouldn't regret no matter what happens." I could also see tears around his eyes. "Marry me and let's forget about everyone. We'll live together with Bullet and even your aunt if that's what you want. I'll put up with anything, baby. As long as I have you. As long as I live with you," he finished. Sobs started to escape my lips as I nodded at him. Like I said, there's no need fooling myself. Like him, I don't want to waste my time regretting over something I didn't do. "Yes?" he asked. tears rolling down his cheeks. I nodded and chuckled. "Yes, Chadrick, I will marry you," I replied him before leaning down and giving him the sincerest kiss I could ever offer him. Chadrick was getting better day by day. He has even given the go signal to walk around the hospital's garden for fresh air. And that's why we're sitting on a bench outside, watching kids play on the grass. He or she couldn't have been this big, right? Chadrick asked me. I looked at him and saw him watching the kids affectionately. At first, I didn't get it, but now I think I do. He's talking about our child. I reached for his hand and he looked at me slowly. It's true when they say that when you're handsome, you're really handsome and will stay handsome no matter what happens. Because even with a shaved head wrapped in an elastic bandage, he still looked divine. Maybe it's his eyes, or his thick brows, or his sharp cutting jawline, or maybe I'm just biased because I love him. I don't know. I smiled at him warmly. I believe that everything happens for a reason, I told him. Maybe it wasn't time for us to be parents by then. His eyes were tender as they saw through my soul. You would have been the best mother ever, he told me, as if trying to console me when I'm the one doing it for him. I just couldn't imagine how hard it had been for you. I pursed my lips in a thin line. Please stop thinking about it, Chadrick. I thought we're living without regrets. He smiled weakly. I just couldn't stop thinking about what could have been if I hadn't been hard on you that day, he said in a sad voice. I was so mad at you for not visiting me in the hospital when I met an accident. I texted you but you never replied. I tried calling you but you seem to have changed your number. How do I tell him that I blocked his number? And then you show up in my building suddenly, he smirked. You didn't expect me to run to you like a dog that misses his owner so much, right? I frowned at his analogy. Did he really think of himself as a dog? He chuckled and snaked his arm around my waist, pulling me closer to him. He leveled our gazes. Were you really going to tell me? He asked me in a whisper. He clasped his hands on my waist, trapping me in between his arms. I held his arm before nodding. I didn't want to, but I know it's the right thing to do. His forehead creased. You wouldn't hide our child from me? I swallowed. Well, at first, I am going to. But Aunt Georgina told me it's unfair for you, so she convinced me to go and confess to you, I replied in a soft voice. But then I met Julia and your mom at the entrance and told me to follow them. His grip on me tightened. Your mom knew I was pregnant, I continued, and I don't know, but she seemed to have supported Julia in encouraging me to abort the baby. Chadrick clenched his jaw tightly as his stare hardened. I didn't ask her to abort the baby, Chadrick. I know I already told you this when I narrated what really happened, but I just want to reiterate that I will never ask her to kill her baby just so you can be with me. Thinking about it makes me angry even after all these years. I wouldn't have pushed you away if I would ask her to do that in the first place. Chadrick let out a deep breath. I know. I didn't really believe you could do that, he told me in a sweet tone. I'm just clouded by my anger, and it was the worst thing I have done for you. I smiled weakly and sighed. Can we put it all behind us now? I asked him. I don't want to think about them anymore. They're irrelevant to my existence. He nodded and pulled me even closer, as if I wasn't already so close to him. Alright, let's talk about something relevant to the both of us, he whispered so sexily that my throat ran dry. What do you mean? I hate that I easily lose my cool whenever he uses that tone on me. Damn! He smirked. Already knew that he got me wrapped around his finger because of his raspy voice. I want us to talk about our feelings for each other, he told me. I sank on his arms. What about it? I asked in a small voice. Chadrick held my face and made me lift my gaze back to him. I love you, he said confidently. You had me crazy about you since the moment I kissed you on the lake and made me even fall harder when I knew how you valued your mother so much. My heart was beating so hard and I'm pretty sure he could feel it too. Why is he suddenly telling me all this? I have never met someone as tough as you are, Blight, and I think that's what has drawn me to you, he confessed. You drowned me in you and made sure I couldn't recover, baby. I bit my lip and looked down. How was I supposed to respond to that? He leaned in and kissed my forehead. Every moment with you, I am falling deeper in love. Every new thing I learned about you, I am sinking deeper and deeper into an endless pit, he whispered. I have been the darkness in all the years I don't have you with me. I lost interest in every woman and just focused on my business. He leaned his forehead against mine. But seeing you again, I felt like all the colors are back into my life. I didn't care how long it would take me to convince you to fall in love with me. I don't care if it cost me my whole life begging for you. I just couldn't imagine myself without you. Tears started falling down from my eyes. My chest is swelling in an overwhelming emotion because of everything he just said. Please stay with me, baby, he whispered before kissing the bridge of my nose. Stay with me forever. I slowly nodded and lifted my eyes to him. He's also teary-eyed. He's also crying. I lifted my hands to his face and wiped his tears away. I love you too, Chadrick, I told him with every fiber of sincerity in my body. I've been in love with you all these years. His lips parted, as if it's a shock for him to know it. What an idiot. And he thought he knew how a woman's brain worked. I frowned at him. I wouldn't let you fuck me if I don't, I hissed. His shock turned into amusement as he heard what I just said. He smirked and chuckled lowly. You're gotten vulgar, baby. I glared at him. Because you did things to me. He laughed and shook his head before pulling me close to him. I love you so much, Blight. I pouted and melted in his arms. I leaned on his chest, hearing the loud thumping of his heart too. I smiled to myself. We're both nervous about this, but I find comfort in that now. At least, I know I'm not the only one with crazy heart. I want to go home, Chadrick said while I was peeling oranges for him. He's sitting on the bed while a random show was on the television. I looked at him and smiled. The doctor just visited and told him he had to stay here for a few more days since the wound on his head is still fresh, even though the wound on his abdomen is healing absolutely fast. The doctor said you can't, I told him as I handed him a peeled orange. He sighed hard and grabbed it from me. He chewed it like a kid throwing a tantrum, and I couldn't help but smile at his expression. He kind of reminds me of Bullet when he's throwing a huge tantrum. "Are you going to work?" he asked me. "It's almost 8 and I am already dressed for the office. I had been on a leave since last week, and that's thanks to Tracy's powers on Attorney Growell." I nodded. "I have to go," I replied. "I have been gone for a whole week." He sighed before nodding slowly. "Who will be with me then?" he asked me. I gave him a look and shook my head at his expression. He really seems like a kid now, but I have been attending classes at night and you seemed fine with it, I told him. He pursed his lips. "That's different. You only leave me for 3 to 4 hours when you go to school. You leave me the whole day for work." My jaw dropped. He really is like a little kid. Anyway, Tracy will come here later. I believe your cousins will come by as well. Heaven told me she'll stop by until lunch while Miller's wife will be here after. He sighed and rolled his eyes. "Those women are all noisy," he whined, "especially Tracy." I chuckled at his reaction. He's right about Tracy. I haven't met Miller's wife because of her emergency overseas performance, but I think, based on the personality of Miller, she's a kind person too. Chadrick pouted when the door opened, revealing Tracy with a weak smile. She's holding a basket of fruits and a bouquet of flowers. She smiled at me and kissed me on the cheek before turning to Chadrick. "Are you this week?" she asked him as she placed the basket on the table. It's obvious that she's joking and she's just teasing him, but he rolled his eyes. I laughed and shook my head. This is going to be a long day for the both of them. "It's because of your personality that Stephenson left you, huh?" Chadrick mocked her. Tracy immediately sneered at him. "Do you want me to tell Blythe everything you did before you met her?" she threatened, and Chadrick's face immediately turned pale. Tracy smirked in triumph. "I thought so." She flipped her hair and started opening the basket of fruits. I sighed and just shook my head at their bickering. Well, they probably have the same personality, and there's a big possibility for them to clash. "I'm going," I announced. Chadrick looked at me with puppy eyes, and I almost snorted. I need to see if I still have work to do or if I'm already replaced. I chuckled and walked to Chadrick to hold his hand. Tracy scoffed. "What are you, a kid?" She mocked Chadrick, who just glared her way. I chuckled and shook my head. "I'll get going," I told them before leaving the room. "I have a lot of paperworks, and I mean a lot. I had a lot of things to file to the circuit court today, and I haven't started on any of them." I began scanning the cases and segregating the folders so I could file them as early as possible. If I don't do it earlier, the cases could be late. Attorney Growell stopped when she saw me working. She just arrived. "I didn't know you'd come today," she told me. "How's your boyfriend?" My eyes widened and I froze. He's getting better," I replied, stuttering. She smiled and nodded. "All right, I believe you already see what you're going to do today. I'll take some so you could file the pending cases right away." I sighed in relief. I am just so lucky to have her as my boss. She chuckled when she saw my reaction. She took the folders for the evidences and then went straight to her office. I continued to sort out the cases and was busy updating the table for the cases on my computer when I received a call from Dad. I wasted no time and answered the call. This might be about that mayor. Blight, Dad told me in an urgent tone. Mayor Galman has reportedly purchased a smuggled van and some smuggled firearms. I narrowed my eyes as a sour feeling dawned on my gut. I heard Dad sigh on the other line. I'm asking your Aunt Georgina to bring your son with her and stay at my house for now. It's a secret hideout, heavily guarded. I will also get a doctor for Bullet, he told me. He'll travel with a doctor. It seemed like he's trying his best to convince me to say yes to his plans. I'm also getting you there, he said. My lips parted. I can't go there yet, I told him. I'm thinking of Chadrick. I'm sure he needs me. I can't just leave him while he's still in the hospital. Why? He asked. Is it because of that Moore kid? I sighed and pursed my lips in a thin line. He's not a kid, I did pant. Then what? I already know that you're somehow emotionally invested on him because that's what the men I ordered to keep an eye on you reported to me. My eyes widened. I definitely forgot that he's got men eyeing on me. I suddenly looked back on what I did with Chadrick in public. I'm pretty sure we didn't do anything indecent, right? God, just the mere thought of my father knowing everything is giving me chills. Blythe, he spoke, voice very serious. Do you love him? I sank on my seat, heart beating fast after hearing the question from my dad. I've never shared anything emotional to him all my life. I've never opened up anything emotional to him, so this is a shock and a hard thing to do for me. I heard him sighing again. Blythe, you are my daughter. As much as I don't want you hurt, I want you to be happy. And if you think he can make you happy, then I support you with that. I don't know why, but I felt like a warm feeling is enveloping my whole system. Just make sure that he doesn't make you cry, or my men will handle him. I think you are getting better, the doctor told Chadrick. We could discharge you by tomorrow. Chadrick smiled widely and thanked the doctor. He's been wanting to go home for weeks now, but the doctor was very critical on his condition and didn't want to send him home if he wasn't 100% alright. The doctor smiled at me before leaving the room with the nurse following behind. I looked to Chadrick and saw him grinning like he won a lottery. I shook my head and went on to the table to prepare his food. I got him his favorite donuts with some Mexican takeouts. I know that he likes Mexican foods and I got exactly what he ordered in the fast food near the university. I think Sage or Porter will come tomorrow to send you home when you get discharged, I told him. He suddenly narrowed his eyes at me. You won't be here tomorrow? He asked me. I gulped. I haven't told him that I'm going to check on Bullet and Aunt Georgina tomorrow. They will be arriving at Dad's home for better protection after so many attempts to negotiate with my aunt. I have to go somewhere, I replied. Truth is, I wasn't expecting him to be discharged tomorrow. I thought it would take more days, but he recovered incredibly fast. He frowned at me. More important than being with me? He asked like a child, but it sent a tiny ache in my heart. But I can't do anything about it. I have to check on Bullet. I haven't seen him in weeks. I need to see Bullet, I told him. His brows furrowed. Why? Is he sick? He asked, obviously worried. I smiled and shook my head. I just miss him. It's been weeks since I saw him." His face fell, looking so remorseful and regretful. "I'm sorry," he said as he fiddled on his fingers. "He looks really guilty. You miss him because you were always with me." I chuckled weakly and held his hand. "Are you blaming yourself?" I asked. He frowned and nodded. "I should, right?" I narrowed my eyes at him. "You shouldn't. I wanted to be with you while you recuperate," I told him in assurance. It was my decision to stay here, and Aunt Georgina understood it. His face brightened a bit. "Your aunt knew about us?" he asked, sounding so hopeful. I rolled my eyes at before nodding. I know this will be the only thing that would make him contented and relieved at the same time. "I don't keep secrets from Aunt Georgina. She'll disown me and I can't handle that." "Aunt Georgina will definitely not do that, but I know she will ignore me for a long time and I don't want that." Chadrick chuckled, looking better now, but then his eyes narrowed and he looked suddenly serious. "What did she say?" he asked in a stern voice. I looked at him and shrugged. "She didn't say anything," I replied, because Aunt really didn't say anything. "Besides, we haven't spoken in person." He let out a heavy sigh. "I had to talk to her for the wedding," he spoke. My eyes immediately widened when I heard him talking about weddings. Sure, I wanted to marry him, but my mind is too messy right now with Galman and Dad's business and the dangers that Bullet and Aunt Georgina could be. I can't focus on the wedding he's talking about now that my hands are kind of full. He turned to me and studied my face. "Are you okay?" he asked, worried. My lips parted as I looked at him. "Huh?" I asked back, definitely spacing out because of the issue with the mayor. Chadrick pursed his lips in a thin line. "Are you okay? Is there a problem?" He was already preparing to get out of the bed and walk towards me. I smiled and shook my head. "I'm fine. Sorry, I just didn't think you'd talk to Aunt Georgina about that so early." Chadrick narrowed his eyes at me as he sat on the bed. He reached for my hand and pulled me closer to him, trapping me in his arms and thighs. My hands rested on his shoulders as his eyes dwelled on my soul. He locked my waist in between his arms and pulled me until my body on him. "You haven't changed your mind about marrying me, right?" he asked in a low voice. I shook my head. "I don't change my mind that easily, Chadrick," I replied. He raised his brow with an arrogant smirk. "Really?" he asked me in a mocking way. "Don't you think you changed your mind too fast when you asked me to stay away from you?" I frowned at him. "When Julia came to you and made you believe that the baby is mine, you didn't even deny it. You thought you were the father too, right?" I countered. He smiled, obviously enjoying this. "Then what about when you were asking me to leave you alone when we met again 3 years later?" "I hated you back then." I rolled my eyes. He chuckled. "When did you stop hating me then?" he asked in a sexy whisper. "Ah, my weakness." I pressed my lips together, not knowing what to answer. I don't really know when I stopped hating him. I just suddenly found myself accepting that I can't live without him. "Why so quiet, baby?" he whispered. "Do you still hate me?" He rested his head on my shoulder, his breath on my neck making me feel the shivers down my spine. I sighed. "I don't hate you," I told him. I just don't know when I started to accept my real feelings for you." He chuckled weakly. "I love you, Blythe. I don't know life without you. Is that bad?" I held his face and made him look at me. "If it's bad, then we're both screwed because I feel the same way, Chadrick," I told him in a soft voice. He smiled widely before reaching for my lips, planting a quick kiss. "Once you're ready, let's plan the wedding." I stared into his gray eyes, silently talking to him before nodding. "Yes, thank you." My phone was ringing in the middle of the night, and when I looked at it, it was Aunt Georgina. I immediately answered it, nervous that it might be about Bullet. "Mommy!" I was so relieved when I heard Bullet's cheerful voice. "Yes, baby. We're traveling to you now," he beamed. "What time will reach Mom, Gran?" he asked Aunt Georgina. "We'll reach Chicago at 5 a.m., she replied to Bullet. "We'll be there at 5, Bullet told me in an excited tone. "Where are you, Mommy?" he asked. I got up and stood beside the window, listening to my son's bright voice. "I'm not at home now, Bullet," I told him. "But I will see you later, I promise." "Okay," he beamed. "I'll see you later, Mom. We have to go. I just called to tell you that so you will come and see me later." I smiled and nodded. "All right, baby. I'll see you later. Take care, okay?" "Yes, Mom. I love you." "I love you too," I replied before we hung up. I sighed and turned around only to see Chadrick looking at me with serious eyes. I looked at my phone and realized why he's staring at me like that. It was Bullet. His face relaxed a bit. "What did he say?" he asked as he walked to me, pulling the ivy stand behind him. I helped him with pole and smiled brightly. "He just called to tell me that he's coming over to Chicago," I replied, "and that he wants me to see him later." He nodded. "So you're not really coming to send me off?" he asked. "Will you come home to my place tonight?" I narrowed my eyes at him. "What?" He frowned. "Won't you live with me from now on?" I raised my brow. "Who said that?" He narrowed his eyes at me this time. "Didn't you agree to live with me?" "When?" "When I asked you to marry me," he replied, sounding a little disappointed. I looked at him in disbelief. "I never meant to live with you during the engagement," I told him in strict conviction. "But," I rolled my eyes, "do you think I'm that easy?" I asked him and saw his jaw drop. "Baby, that's not what I meant. I want you to stay with me because I'm healing." "Yes, that's right. I need you to be with me so you could take care of me while I'm healing," he said in a rattled tone. I gawked at him, totally enjoying watching him in panic. "You can't take care of yourself?" I asked, sounding unaffected by the desperation in his voice, but in reality, I'm just playing with him. He pouted at me. "You don't want to take care of me anymore?" I wanted to laugh at his expression, but I tried so hard to not to because I enjoy playing with him. "Did you only ask me to marry you so I could take care of you?" His eyes widened. "No," he denied with conviction. "Baby, I love you and you don't have to do anything for me. I was just," he trailed, "I just want you to spend more time with me." I blinked at him. "I could do that without living with you," I told him. He sighed heavily and nodded. "Okay, but promise me to visit me all the time. Every day?" I chuckled and nodded. I will, I replied, just so he would stop fretting and go back to bed. It's only 4 in the morning and he's going to be out today. He has to be in his best form yet, so there wouldn't be any medical contradictions. At past 5 in the morning, I received a text from Aunt Georgina that they have safely arrived and that they're going to sleep first. I sent a message to Dad telling him to ask his men to fetch me here at 9 in the morning. "What time is Sage coming?" Chadrick asked me. I looked at my watch. He said at 8. I replied, "It's only 7. Chadrick nodded. "You're leaving at 9? I nodded. He grabbed one orange from the bedside table and started to peel it. "Let's have breakfast first then," he told me. I agreed and prepared our breakfast from the leftover food from last night. We ate in peace and silence until Sage came in with Porter and Miller, who seemed to be so tired because I heard that he just came back from a long haul flight with his wife. "You're finally going home," Miller beamed at Chadrick, who seemed to be annoyed at the presence of his cousins. Porter snatched one apple from the basket and sat on the hospital bed. "Don't you miss your bed?" he asked while munching the apple. Sage nodded at me and smiled weakly before patting Chadrick's shoulder. "Are you ready to go home anyway? You don't have a blight there, unless—" He turned to me and smiled meaningfully. I smirked and shook my head. "I'm not staying at his place," I replied quickly. Porter, Sage, and Miller all laughed at my remark while Chadrick was busy frowning at me and glaring at them. I checked my watch and saw that it's almost 8:30. I stood up and washed the dishes before grabbing my bag. "Are you leaving?" Porter asked me. I nodded. "I need to go see my son," I told them. I turned to Chadrick, who was still obviously frustrated at his cousins. "I'll be leaving. I'll see you later today." Chadrick nodded, and I took that as my signal to go. I texted my father as I left the room, but when I was about to enter the elevator, I bumped into Seth Moore, who was just getting off. She looked dull up for work even on a Saturday. I wonder if she's working even on weekends. "Are you leaving?" she asked me. I bit my lip and nodded. "Do you have a minute?" she asked. "I want to talk to you." My eyes widened, slightly taken aback. Why did she want to talk to me all of a sudden? I've already met her twice and I know that both times she's been itching to throw me away. I swallowed and nodded. She looked at me from head to foot before I followed her back to the elevator. We sat at a cafe. She ordered an espresso frappe when I settled for hot chocolate, even when I don't want to order anything. I don't really think I can drink something expensive since I am fully aware that I wouldn't be able to drink it anyway. "How's your son?" she asked me. I pursed my lips at her question, not knowing what to tell her. Do I tell her I lost the baby? But then I am curious as to why she's asking me about a son when I never told her anything about the gender of my baby. She looked at me intently with arms crossed against her chest. "Did you take good care of him after his surgery?" My jaw dropped, eyes flickering in surprise. How you? I don't even know what to say. I can't formulate anything. All the words seemed to have left me. My brain stopped responding. She smiled at me, but I don't know how to read it. I know for a fact that this woman doesn't like me for her son. Haven't you wondered how Charis came to you? Why, of all the people who wanted to adopt someone, you were chosen all of a sudden. I could feel my soul leaving me. I don't like where this conversation is going. Blythe, I sponsored the adoption of your son, she continued, confirming all the thoughts I don't want to think about. I am aware of your miscarriage. She heaved a deep sigh. I clenched my fist under the table. You knew? I looked at her with pain in my eyes. You knew that I had a miscarriage. You knew the reason why I lost my baby. So you tried to compensate my sponsoring an adoption under my name. I scoffed. This is unbelievable. Her jaw dropped, obviously hurt at my statement that sounded like an accusation. Blythe, I shook my head. Bullet is fine. I'm going to see him today. I cut her off. What do you want to talk about, Mrs. Moore? I'm sure you didn't ask me to meet with you for this. She pursed her lips in a thin line before sighing. I know what your father does, and I know that what happened to my son is a byproduct of your father's dirty business. She started, and I could immediately feel the shivers down my spine. She looked so serious as she stared at me. I want you to stop seeing him for his safety. My chest constricted and it was getting harder to breathe. My heart is suddenly attacked by a sharp pain and it radiates all over my body. I almost lost him, Blythe. As a mother, you must know how it feels like when your son is sick or in danger, she said calmly, but there was a different kind of aura in her. I am aware of what he feels for you. I am aware that he is willing to put his life on the line for your safety. But I can't allow him to do that. I'd die if I lost him. I pressed my lips together tightly. I hate to say it, but I know what she means. I know how hard it is for a mother to worry about her child because that's what I always feel about Bullet. I hate to admit it, but she's right. As a mother, she's right to feel protective over her son. Tears started pooling around my eyes. Damn it, Blythe. Don't fucking cry in front of Chadrick's mother. So, I'm begging you, Blythe, she uttered in a soft, pleading tone, end it all with him and save him from the dangers that come with your father's name. I smiled weakly. If you really love him, you'll protect him. And in order to protect him, you have to leave him, she told me. So please leave him quietly. Disappear quietly, without a trace. That words from Chadrick's mom hit me right on the spot. It was all I have been thinking about in the ride to my dad's, and I can't help but think that she's right. Everything she said was right. I put Chadrick's life in danger, and I am the main reason why he almost died. I am the reason why he was unconscious for days. I've known that before, but I never really realized the gravity of it until Mrs. Moore beat me straight to it. "We're here, Miss Prescott," the driver said as the SUV stopped. I didn't even notice that we're already here if it weren't for him telling me that we have reached the destination. I bit my lip and hopped out of the car before I was escorted by a man in black suit inside. I can see that it is heavily guarded. No one can penetrate inside this house easily. "Mommy!" I immediately saw Bullet and Aunt Georgina the moment the door opened. My son ran to me and I automatically leaned down to carry him in my arms. "I miss you," he beamed before kissing my cheek. I smiled at him. "I miss you too, baby," I told him as I pinched his cheek lightly. "Have you eaten?" He nodded. "We ate cereals and pancakes, Mom. It's so good," he replied in a happy tone. I smiled and ruffled his hair. "You should sleep now, though. You've been woken up earlier because you had to travel to here." I carefully put him down and held his hand as I walked towards Aunt Georgina, who's just standing there and smiling as she watched us. "I miss you too, Aunt," I told her as I gave her a hug. She narrowed her eyes at me, and there I know that she knows something is bothering me. I guess Mom transferred all her maternal instincts on Aunt Georgina. "Are you okay?" I smiled weakly and shrugged. "I'll talk to you later," I told her. "I need to tuck him to bed." I motioned at Bullet. She nodded, but her suspicious eyes are still on me. "Okay, but we'll talk about you and Chadrick right after." I nodded and let Bullet pull me inside his room. He immediately ran towards his bed and asked me to narrate some of his favorite stories. I obliged, and not long after that, I am now watching him sleep peacefully. I caressed his hair carefully and smiled to myself. I will be contented with just the two of us, right? Having Bullet was the best blessing I have ever received, and I definitely won't need someone else for me to happy. I should be contented on the happiness that Bullet is giving me. Being greedy wanting for Chadrick in my life will do him no good. Chadrick will be better off without me. He'll be safe and he'll live longer. When he is with me, his life will only be in danger. I sighed as tears started to burn my eyes. My chest constricted at the thought of leaving Chadrick when I have made it known to him that I love him. He may never forgive me again. He may never want to be with me again. And that's okay. That should be okay. I should be okay with that, right? Because at the end of the day, I want him to be safe. And to be safe, he has to live without me. "I'll give you everything you need to live," Mrs. Moore said. "I'll buy a house for you and your son, and even for your aunt. I'll hire the best doctor for your son." I looked at her, angry, but I know that she has a point. "Just tell me when, Blythe." I gritted my teeth. I am mad at her for being like this, but as a mother, I understand her. She'll do everything to protect her son, just like how I would do everything for Bullet. "I don't need it," I told her. Her lips parted and eyes widened a little. She might think I have the audacity to retaliate, but the thing is, I don't want anything to do with her anymore. If I'm going to leave Chadrick, I would do that without accepting anything from his mother. That's the best thing I can do for him to show my respect. I bore my eyes into hers and smiled. "I will leave your son, Mrs. Moore. You don't need to pay me to do it," I told her before grabbing my bag and getting inside the SUV my dad has in waiting for me. "Did she really say that?" Aunt Georgina asked me in disbelief after I had narrated to her the whole story. I nodded and she scoffed, slamming her hand on the table, making some of the men guarding us look our way. She looked at me angrily. "That bitch needs to learn something." "She's right, though," I said. "She has her way on caring for her son, and I respect that as a woman." "Blythe," Aunt Georgina told me in a warning tone. Don't you think Chadrick knows about the danger of his love for you? He willingly did that for you. I looked down. That's what bothers me more, I said softly. He was willing to die for me. I don't want that. Aunt Georgina reached for my hand and I lifted my gaze to her. She's looking at me with worried eyes, just like how she looked at me when I was contemplating on telling Chadrick that we're having a child. Do you think it's a good decision for you to set aside your happiness once more for a problem that can be solved soon? My lips parted as I froze on her words. She sighed hard. Blythe, I have seen you lonely for so long. You've rejected everyone who comes close to you. She paused and smiled at me. Don't you think 3 years of being lonely is an enough punishment for yourself? Do you want to be unhappy once more? Her words shot deep in my heart. Is she right? Because I don't understand why you're telling me that you love him but are so convinced to live in a heartbeat just because he tried to protect you, she continued. Her voice was calm but I know and I can feel that she is scolding me. Chadrick's not a kid anymore. He can give you his life. He can make you his life. He is capable of mature decisions. So why do you have to decide for him? I swallowed hard as tears started falling from my eyes. The pain in my heart is getting more unbearable every minute. He will happier. How sure are you? She cut me off. He's waited for you for years. He never wanted to be with anyone else then. So what makes you think he'll want to be with someone else this time? I sighed as I wiped my tears. You don't understand. Exactly, she interjected. I don't understand you, Blythe. You think you can save him? You think you can make him happy because he's finally safe from Galman? I don't think so. I stared at her as she's doing her best to make me see her point. Besides, your father is doing everything to finish this issue the soonest possible. She pursed her lips in a thin line. Please, Blythe, don't let his mother's opinion get to you. I sighed hard before nodding. Now, I'm even more confused. Chadrick texted me at lunch and told me that he's on the way home. Chadrick, will you come over? I sighed and stared at his text for so long until I found the courage in me to respond. Me, I don't know your house, he responded almost instantly. Chadrick, Fairlot Residence Penthouse, that's where I live. I raised my brow. Penthouse? When will I be used to his elite ass? I sighed and typed in a reply. Me, I'll go there this afternoon. What do you want me to bring? Chadrick, just you. It's enough for me. My chest swelled at his text and I laughed at myself. I still thought I could leave him peacefully. That's funny. Later in the afternoon, I told Aunt Georgina that I had to go and check Chadrick. She eyed me suspiciously and I smiled at her. I'm not going to act rashly, I assured her. She pursed her lips and nodded. You shouldn't. I smiled and nodded before hopping inside the SUV. To where, miss? The driver asked. Fairlot Residence, I replied, and he drove without a word. It was not a long ride to there even with the traffic. I immediately got inside the elevator and reached the penthouse in no time. I walked to the door, pressed the doorbell and Chadrick welcomed me. He still has the bandage around his head and he still looks pale but he sure looks better now than when he was in the hospital. He's wearing a black v-neck shirt and a pair of blue boxers, and I can't help but raise my brows at his outfit. "Do you wear that when you welcome others?" I asked him, lips protruding. His lips parted, but he managed to open the door wider for me to get inside. I heard the door locking as my eyes roamed around his place. It's huge. His living room has a huge built-in smart TV on the wall with huge couches. He has a huge portrait on the wall which looked like a charcoal painting. There's a huge and elegant chandelier in the middle, while what seem like lamp lights are installed on the wall. I walked to the right side and saw another huge chandelier on top of the six-seater dining table. He's got a huge kitchen, complete with kitchen appliances. "Do I impress you?" he asked me before enveloping me in his warm embrace from the back. He rested his chin on my shoulder and kissed my earlobe. My heart immediately clenched in pain and started pulling around my eyes again. "Damn it, Blythe. Why are you so weak?" I swallowed the forming lump in my throat. I shut my eyes and took a deep breath. "I talked to your mother today," I told him. His hug on me tightened. "What did you talk about?" he asked in a strained voice. I sighed and gathered all the courage left in me. "We talked about you, putting your life on the line for me." I heard him let out a deep sigh. "Did she ask you to leave me?" The anger in his tone couldn't go unnoticed. His hand is shaking. I didn't respond to that, and I am aware that he knows my reply. "Are you?" He's shaking, and I know that it's because of anger. "Leaving me again?" I bit my lip and let a tear escape my eye. "Don't leave me," he said in a whisper. "Don't leave me again, Blythe. I'd rather die." My eyes widened and I faced him. His eyes are dangerous as he stared into me. His jaw is clenched tightly as if trying to suppress his raging emotion. "Don't say that," I told him. "I won't let you die." He narrowed eyes at me. "Then don't fucking leave me." I looked away. "Are you planning on leaving me again?" he asked, voice rising. "Are you planning on leaving me even after telling me you're willing to marry me?" I shut my eyes, already ashamed. He held my face and made me face him. "I don't care what happens to me, Blythe. I'll endure everything with you by my side." His voice was soft and begging. "So don't listen to my mother and just stay with me." Tears were down my cheeks. I can't even think of anything right now. This is a wrong move. I know it is a wrong move to tell him about my encounter with his mother. Now, it will only draw him farther from his parents. It will not help him at all. I meant what I said, baby. We can go far away and never look back. We will take Bullet with us and even your aunt. I don't care. I don't care about anything. I just want to be with you every step of the way. Fucking Galman and his men. I never once included them in my personal worries. I don't care if they beat me to death as long as I make sure you're okay." He's panting hard, so angry and enraged. He held my hand tightly. "Please don't blame yourself for that. Please don't blame yourself for what happened to me," he told me. "I don't care what happens to me, Blythe, as long as I make sure you're safe." I shut my eyes and cried in front of him. "I'm sorry, Chadrick." He shook his head and wiped the tears on my face. "Don't be, baby. Hearing you sorry makes me think that you're really leaving me." I looked down. "Do you think you'll be happy with me?" I asked him weakly. "What do you think?" he asked back. "Did you think it was easy for me living without you for the past 3 years?" I couldn't respond to that. "I have never been happy ever since you left me, Blythe. How in the fucking world would I be happy right now? Now that I know you're leaving me again." I bit my lip and tried to stop my sobs from coming out. My heart is hurting now that I am seeing him in pain. It's excruciating. It's reverberating in my whole system. "I'm in love with you, Blythe. What makes it so hard to understand that I will only be genuinely happy when you're with me?" he asked, voice almost losing strength. I braved myself to look at him but regretted it the moment I saw his bloodshot eyes. "Chadrick, I love you. If you love me, you will not leave me. You will fucking stand firm and fight everyone with me," he yelled. He turned his back on me and covered his face with his hands. Then he turned to me again with fist clenched tightly. "Why does it feel like it's so easy for you to throw me away?" My eyes widened, lips parted, because I never thought I would hear those words from him. I shook my head and stepped closer, but he raised his hand, stopping me from getting closer. "Don't try to console me if you're not willing to be with me all the way," he said in an exhausted voice. I looked down and cried hard. "Don't cry, Blythe. What are those tears for? You can't even fight for your love for me." Just when I thought I have already experienced the worst pain in my life, hearing those words from him was as good as stabbing me straight to the heart, killing me on the spot. "I can manage today. You can go back to Bullet," he told me one last time before walking away. I shut my eyes and cried so hard, but I managed to get in the elevator and let it all out inside. I crumbled on the floor and bawled my eyes out until it opened. I looked up and saw a stranger in suspicious clothing looking at me with a smirk. My eyes widened and I tried to escape, but he held my arm and covered my mouth with a handkerchief, ultimately knocking me out of my senses. I can't move my body. I don't have an idea what they did to me, but one thing is for sure. I can't move. I can't even open my eyes. I grunted and there I realized that I am lying in a bed. I need to open my eyes to know where I am. I need to open my eyes to see if there are people around me. The last thing I could remember is the moment I was in the elevator, crying because of Chadrick, and the next thing I know is I was attacked by a man and fell asleep after covering my nose and mouth with handkerchief. I sighed and groaned as I willed myself to open my eyes. I am dizzy. The world is spinning. What kind of drug did they let me inhale for me to have this kind of side effect? "You think she's awake?" I heard a voice of a man ask. "I don't know. Maybe. It's been 8 hours," another one replied. My throat ran dry. 8 hours? I have been unconscious for fucking 8 hours? She should be awake when boss comes. She hadn't eaten yet. Her food is already cold. I narrowed my eyes and tried to sit up no matter how numb my body is. It's good that they didn't tie me up. At least they still have hearts in them. And what was that? They have food for me. They don't have an intention to starve me. But would that have to make me happy? They abducted me. Who would be there, boss? Is it Mayor Galman? I scoffed. Who else would it be? There is no other people of interest other than that evil mayor who dared to kill Chadrick. My blood started to boil as I looked at the door. Apparently, they locked me up inside a room and not in a cell. The walls are painted white and the whole room is dark, probably because it is already nighttime. Or maybe it's already dawn. I look around and saw high ceilings with a vintage-looking chandelier. I shut my eyes as I felt a passing pain at the memory of a chandelier. Chadrick, what could have happened to him? I wish he didn't leave his house or else these bastards to abduct him too. Nothing should happen to him. He just dodged death. He can't be stressed over this again. What do you think will boss do to her? I heard another man's voice from the other side of the door. I don't know. Do you think he'll harm her? We were instructed to not touch her or we'll die. I narrowed my eyes. Not touch me? Why? Well, not that I am complaining. I am actually grateful, but I don't understand why the person behind this wants me to leave. If this is Galman, then he would get even with Dad if he killed me on the spot. And now that I think of it, I would rather die than stay captive for days. I don't think I can handle them torturing me. I don't want to be tortured. I'd rather die instead. I tried to get out of the bed to look outside the window, but my legs wobbled and I fell down on the floor, leaving a loud thud. The door immediately opened and I saw two men in black with wide eyes as they looked at me lying on the floor. They immediately ran to me and helped me get on the bed before I yanked their hands away from me. "Who is your boss?" I asked them, trying so hard to sound angry even when I am so weak. The man with a bald head pursed his lips in a thin line. "We can't tell you, Miss Prescott," I scoffed. "Miss Prescott, you think you have the decency to call me Miss Prescott? After abducting me? After dragging me inside the elevator?" The other guy, who looked so strong and buff like an MMA expert, sighed. "We were only following orders, ma'am," he told me. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Who ordered you to abduct me?" I asked them in gritted teeth. I'm pretty sure that I don't look like someone strong enough to intimidate them, but I don't want them thinking that it's alright to do anything they want with me. They both looked at each other before sighing. "You'll see him in the morning, ma'am," the bald one said. My jaw dropped. "Tomorrow morning?" I asked in disbelief. "Do they think I can wait until tomorrow morning?" They nodded. "Why? Why can't your boss come now?" I asked. They sighed once more. "It's already 2 in the morning, ma'am," the other one said. "You need to eat and sleep." I scoffed at them. "You want me to eat and sleep?" I asked, feeling incredulous. They actually expect me to have an appetite right now. They abducted me. They locked me up in this big room. "You also need to wash up," the bald one told me. "You have clothes on the paper bag over there." He pointed at the paper bag resting on the table near a door which I think is a bathroom. "You are also allowed to watch TV," he added. I narrowed my eyes at him. "You're allowing me to watch the TV?" He nodded. "Boss doesn't want you bored, Miss Prescott." I raised my brow. "How about if I want to roam around the house?" I asked. He pursed his lips in a thin line. "You can do that tomorrow after meeting boss," he replied. I blinked and raised my brows. I can actually walk around the house. They allow me to walk outside? "Where am I?" I asked. Baldly looked at his friend before turning back to me. We can't tell you that. I narrowed my eyes at them. I can hear a body of water gushing. They both swallowed. You are not in Chicago, Baldy said. Then where am I? I probed. Oh my God, now I am panicking. They both just stared at me, lips sealed and looking so firm about it. Why can't you tell me? I asked. If I am not in Chicago, then I can't get away from here even when I want to. They shook their heads and started to turn around, walking out of the door. The buff one came back with a tray in his hands. He put it down the coffee table near a huge window. You should eat now, Mom, he told me before heading straight to the door and locking it from the outside. I pulled my hair in frustration. Damn it. Whoever abducted didn't abduct me to punish me. That's for sure. Because if they wanted to punish me, or if they had the motive to kill me, they wouldn't allow me to watch TV or to walk around. Something's fishy. I know, but I can't tell what. They're too lenient. They're too loose. What do they really want? I sighed and lied on the bed, head still spinning because of the drug I inhaled. Now, I'm regretting my decision. I shouldn't have left Chadrick's penthouse in a hurry. I should have just cried there. Maybe he would have come to me and tried to console me. I shook my head and mentally scolded myself. Blythe, you're a bitch. He was so hurt when you decided to leave him. How can you be so selfish to think that he would console you when he needs consolation more himself? I sighed and washed my palms over my face. I need sanity to think straight. I can't just sit here doing nothing. I need to think. Baldly said, I can go out once I met the boss tomorrow. I will see to it to survey the scene and plan my way out. I can do this. I willed myself to it and even decided that I take a bath. The food is a little cold. Maybe because they had it prepared since dinner time, but I was still dozed off the time. They served me 2 main dishes and a dessert. It's not bad, actually. Or did the drug just affect my palate? Nevertheless, I ate all of the food they gave me, and right after eating, I went to see the clothes they had for me. I placed the paper bag on the bed and immediately took out all the things inside. There's a simple black shirt that I think is oversized and a pair of leggings. I sighed in relief. At least they did not give me something I hate wearing. At least I would still be comfortable with them on. But then my relief was washed over when I saw the undergarments they gave me. I swallowed hard as I looked at a pair of lacy panties and bra. And not only that, the size of the cup of the brassiere is way over my size. I looked at my boobs and couldn't stop getting insulted that they give me a cup C. Are they even thinking? It's obvious that I am not a C. Damn it. I sighed and got them all except for the brassiere. I'm just going to use the bra I am wearing again. That wouldn't matter much, right? I entered the bathroom and was awed when I saw the elegant design of the toilet. It's huge, half as huge as the whole room I am staying at. There's a huge mirror with all kinds of moisturizers and facial soaps. I could also see a blower and some necessary stuff for hygiene. There's a sensor and remote-operated toilet bowl because I can see a toilet bowl remote mounted on the wall. I went on to read the controls and was shocked to see what it has to offer. I shook my head and headed over to the bathtub with scented candles surrounding it. There are even petals on the water, and I couldn't help but scoff. They sure made all the necessary preparations, huh? I wonder how many girls they have abducted and treated this way. I tried to shake it all off and just started to get a good bath. I sighed and leaned my head on the tub as I submerged my whole body in water. The warm water feels good. I feel like my whole body is relaxing. I sighed. Couldn't help but think about Chadrick. I wonder what he's doing now. Is he sleeping well while alone in the penthouse? Did his cousins come and visit him? Did he have something to eat? I wonder if he had already taken his medications. I sighed even harder. I remember everything he told me. I should fight for him. He's right. If I really love him, I will do whatever it takes fight for him. And I promise, I will fight for him once I come out of this place alive. I promise that I will start to think about my own happiness after this. Because right now, the only regret I have is not being able to give it my all. I wasn't able to make Chadrick believe that I love wholeheartedly. I failed to show him that I am strong. I failed to show him that I badly want to be with him, that I don't ever want to leave him. I am stupid, way beyond stupid, and I am realizing everything just now. Stupid Sarina Blythe. I don't know how long I stayed in the bathroom, but when I got out, it's almost daylight. As seen on the window. Just how long did I stay in there? I sat on the coffee table and waited for daytime. I was zoning out on the sky when I heard knocks on the door. I turned around and saw Budley holding a tray of food with a cup of coffee. He smiled weakly as he placed the tray on the coffee table. "Did you sleep?" he asked me. I rolled my eyes. "Do you think I have the will to sleep?" I sneered at him as I took the cup of coffee. He pursed his lips and looked at me apologetically. "Boss is on his way, Miss Prescott. You will meet him the garden." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Garden?" I asked, suspicious. "Are you going to kill me in the garden? Is this my last breakfast?" I probed. He chuckled and shook his head. "Boss will not kill you, miss." I narrowed my eyes at him. "How will I believe that? You abducted me and locked me up here." He swallowed and smiled weakly. "You'll know later," he said before leaving me in the room. I gritted my teeth before drinking on the coffee. I let out a heavy breath, trying to calm myself from all this. I need to stay calm to think better. I will not gain anything if my mind is clouded with anger. I waited until another set of knocks came in. I heard the doorknob before the door opened. "Miss Prescott, we will now escort you to meet boss," the buff one told me, and I wasted no time. I followed after him, ready to face whatever it is that comes to my way. It was a long corridor with carpeted floors. Different paintings are hanging on the wall until we reach a grand staircase. I almost froze on my spot when I saw Sage standing in front of the door. He's smiling while talking to Porter. What the hell? What are they doing here? My heart is beating so fast as I saw a laughing Graciela and Heaven with another woman who I think is Miller's wife. What is going on here? The buff guard looked at me and smiled as he motioned for me to go out of to the garden. I slowly step outside, not knowing if I am scared or nervous, or both, or terrified. I don't know. And as if on cue, a piano instrumental was heard. I looked at everyone in the garden. My eyes widened when I saw Aunt Georgina and Bullet, who are all smiles at me. I even saw Mrs. Moore, who is smiling so widely at me. I narrowed my eyes in confusion. What is happening? My head was full of questions until I saw Chadrick. He's standing in the middle of the garden in a white shirt and khaki pants. The bandage around his head is gone and he's wearing a triumphant smile on his face. My jaw dropped when he started walking towards me. The sound of the instrumental was loud enough to mesmerize everyone, but I couldn't hear anything louder than the beating of my heart. What is Chadrick doing here? Is he the person who... Oh my God! I'm sorry, he told me when he finally reached me. I had to plan everything out to have a grand event like this. I narrowed my eyes at him, confused. What's happening? I asked. He smiled and held my hand. Everything is my plan, Blythe, he told me. When Mom talked to you, I already know it. In fact, I was the one who told her to say those things to you. My eyes widened. What? I asked again, still confused. The kidnapping was my plan. My jaw dropped as I looked at him in disbelief. Why would you scare me like that? I asked, almost voiceless. He smiled and gave my hand a light squeeze. I did all that so I could do this, he said before going down on one knee. He reached for something inside his pocket and my eyes widened in shock when I saw a blue velvet box. Chadrick, I trailed. I don't know what to say. He looked up to me and smiled widely even with tears brimming around his eyes. I don't want to wait anymore. I don't want to waste my nights and days away from you. He started and my heart felt like it has a plan to escape my ribcage. I know I have already proposed to you in the hospital without a ring, but I feel so guilty on not giving a better event. So here I am, planned a fake abduction and house you outside the land you're familiar with, so you wouldn't get a chance to escape. I heard laughter from everyone while my eyes stayed at him. I can't believe this. Is this a prank? Or a dream perhaps? Did I fall asleep without knowing? I love you. I know I have already told you that a lot of times, but I want you to know that I will never get tired of reminding you about my love. He paused and wiped the tears around his eyes. Don't worry about Mom. We're fine now and she's just playing with my plans. That's why she told you that. I looked at Mrs. Moore, who's smiling genuinely at me. She nodded and hugged the man beside her, who I think is Chadrick's father because they have the same eyes. I'll make sure no one will ever come between us now, Chadrick whispered. So, Sarina Blythe Prescott, will you? He opened the velvet box on his hand, revealing a huge pink diamond ring. Will you finally marry me and be with me for the rest of our days? I sobbed as tears started flowing down my face. My chest is almost swelling and my heart is beating so loud and so fast. Please, Chadrick begged. I chuckled and swallowed my tears. This is it. I told myself I will fight for our love, so I have to stand by my decision and be with him. I want to be with him so bad, and it's not selfish to choose my own happiness right now, right? I slowly nodded and smiled through the tears. Yes, I exclaimed as I gave him my left hand. I will marry you, Chadrick, I told him. Chadrick looked surprised, but his happiness cannot escape my eyes. He swiftly slid the ring on my ring finger before standing up and pulling me into a deep, passionate kiss in front of the audience he invited. Aunt Georgina is right. This is my genuine happiness. That's enough, Sage told me drinking in a bar. I don't know who tipped him that I am here, but for some magical reason, he found me. He tried to yank away the glass from my hand, making it spill on the bar counter. I turned to him and glared. What the fuck? I cursed. I wanted to drink. I needed to drink. I can't fucking get over whatever Julia had just fucking told me. Sage pursed his lips and looked at me with serious eyes. What are you doing here, drinking alone? He asked me. I rolled my eyes. Don't fucking ask me stupid questions, Sage. You know why I am here. I called for the bartender and ordered another shot. Sage did the same. Is it not yours? He asked me. I sighed and shrugged. I don't know. I heard him curse. So, you fuck her. Months ago, I replied. That is the biggest regret in my whole life. I was just so drunk and I hadn't met the woman I love yet. I looked at the empty glass in front of me and thought of Blythe in Michigan. She's mourning for her mother's death. I wonder how I could break this news to her. I heard Sage heavy sigh. So you found the one? He asked. I clenched my jaw. I may have to lose the one too, I replied. Blythe is a cool girl. She's bright and smart, but all at the same time, she's kind. I'm 1,000% sure that she's going to leave me once she knew about Julia's pregnancy. She'll ask me to leave her in a heartbeat. Sage sighed and downed his shot. You don't have to lose her. You can just explain yourself to her. I chuckled weakly. You don't know Blythe, Sage. She's going to shove me to Julia for sure. She's going to ask me to leave her. He turned to me with narrowed eyes. Why? I shook my head. Aside from the fact that she's kind, she never really told me anything about loving me. What about you? Did you tell her you love her yet? I froze. Have I told her I love her yet? No, but I made sure that she knows about it. I made her feel special. Sage patted my back. Why don't you tell her you love her first? He told me. Women don't just assume things, Chad. They need words too. I thought about his words and nodded. He's right. I should tell her. I need to tell her that I am in love with her and no one can change it for me. When I come back after fixing this mess, I will tell her how I feel about her without any hesitations. I will tell her how much I love her without inhibitions. I just needed to fix this so I could be with her without having her to worry about my feelings for her. So the next day, I went to my parents' house and saw Julia with her mother. They are laughing with my mother while Dad is just listening quietly. He sat straight when he saw me coming inside. Chadrick, he called me with serious eyes. The women all looked at me. Mom smiled at me as she walked to me, welcomed me excitedly. We were just talking about you, she beamed. I pursed my lips in a thin line and shot a glare at Julia, who's smirking at me. I bet she knows about Blythe. This woman is cunning and dangerous. I'd love to see her fall in the future. I bet she'll fall and then never recover because of everything she's done to Heaven then and now to me. Julia here is telling us to have an engagement party and we all think it's a bright idea. Mom was too excited about this and I hate it. Why is she so excited over this? It's not like she ever wanted to have a grandchild before. I looked at Mrs. Campbell, who is smiling at me. I want to vomit. I remember all the issues these two had done to Sage and Heaven, and now they're doing it on me. Engagement? Are they kidding? No, I said in conviction. Mom looked at me with wide eyes, obviously shocked at my retaliation. Chadrick, she called me in a warning. I glared my teeth and clenched my fist. Don't force me into this, Mom, I told her, not budging. I don't like her and I don't want to be her husband. I threw another glare at Julia, who's only sitting there, watching me without any expression on her face. I can't marry her. I don't love her. You can't do this to me, Mom. Mom gasped hysterically. That can't be. You're already going to have a child with her. I don't care. I couldn't stop myself from raising my voice. This is bullshit. I will finance the baby, but I can't stomach to marry that spiteful of a woman. Chadrick, Dad's loud voice roared in the whole living room. I turned to him, still mad at everything. Respect your mother and all the women in here right now. He scolded me but I don't give a fuck. I looked back at Mom, who seemed hurt at my words, and for a moment, I felt guilty. I have never raised my voice on Mom before. I was always understanding. I was always listening to what she's saying, even though I'm not putting all her words to actions. I never cared before, but now, I don't forgive them if they want me to marry Julia. That's my fucking limit. I'm not going to marry someone else. I said calmer but still with conviction. You're not going to do that to me, Mom. Mom looked at me with sharp eyes. Well then, do you want your baby to grow up without a father? She asked me with a raised brow. I pursed my lips in a thin line. I have thought about that, but that's a better option than getting locked up in an unhappy marriage. I don't think I can stand this woman for a minute. What more, a lifetime? Mom glared at me. I thought so, she said before smiling at Mrs. Campbell and Julia. I looked at Julia, who gave me a triumphant smile before I dragged my feet out of the house. Son of a bitch! I cursed as I slammed my hands on the steering wheel. Fuck it! I rested my head on the steering wheel and willed myself to calm down. I took my phone out and called Blythe, but she is not responding. And there I realized that she has not answered to any of my texts since yesterday. I pursed my lips in a thin line as I continued to call her until she responded, but her voice was different. It was cold and she sounded like she wanted nothing to do with me. And there I wasted no time and drove to Michigan to see what her problem is. She isn't the type to ignore my text if she's busy. She's definitely going to reply late or call back. But this, I don't know, but my chest is constricting at the thought of what could have possibly gone wrong. I reached her house early in the morning, and I saw her looking at me with puffy eyes. I narrowed my eyes. Did she cry? I don't understand. I told her when she started giving me not just the cold shoulder but the cold treatment as well. We were fine the other night. What changed? What happened when you sleep? Did I do anything wrong? Damn, I'm willing to compromise for her. I just badly want to know what went wrong. I don't want to guess. I want her to tell me and there I will do all the adjustments needed. But she wanted out of my grip and she faced me with a disgusted look on her face. Are you really this thick-skinned? Or are you just numb? She asked in an angry tone. My lips parted, surprised and shocked of what she just asked me. Did she just yell at me? Did she just insult me? What? I asked, unable to utter anything else. Hell, I don't even know what the fuck is happening. She rolled her eyes at me before narrowing her eyes at me. A woman comes here telling me that she's your fiancé and bearing your child and you act like that? She scoffed in disbelief. Do you have conscience, Chadrick? Or do you only like playing with women's hearts? Her words hit me hard. Is this what I get for playing with the hearts of women before? Is this what I get for everything I did to women before? Probably. This is definitely my karma for playing. Now that I am ready to leave everything and be with the woman I love, I am hit with this huge issue. She glared at me, raging in anger with her clenched fist. Did you have fun playing with me, Chadrick? She asked, obviously hurt at her own question but she braved herself to raise it. I shook my head, wanting to say anything but I can't. To say I am stunned is an understatement. I am shocked way beyond I could ever imagine. Blythe slapped me hard. That's for the slap I got from your fucking fiancé, she told me before swinging on the other side too. That's for every lie you told me. I looked down, unable to shake the feeling that I am going to be a wreck without her. When she leaves me, I don't know where I will be. But then I will not back down without a fight. I will beg her if I have to. I can't let her slip away from me that easily. So I left that day after consuming every single liquor in a resto bar. I am willing to go home and fucking shout at everyone my frustration. Julia fucking came to Blythe and spilled everything. Now she doesn't want anything to do with me. I'll make sure I will make Julia's life miserable. I don't know if I can find another woman like Blythe in my life. So I'm not going to waste this chance of knowing her. I'll fix everything. I'll fucking fix everything and do my damn best to keep her with me. Maybe they were right all along, huh? Love is powerful in a whole different kind of way. I've seen Sage go crazy for heaven. I've seen Porter lost without grace. And now, me. I couldn't even fucking imagine life without Blythe in it. I was crying, and I never thought I could cry this hard. I never imagined having to cry for a woman. They cry for me, not the other way around. But Blythe, she's the one and only love of my life. I know there will be a lot of girls out there, but I will definitely not find another woman who could work me up like this. I'm fucking in heavens when she smiles and in hell when she cries. No other woman could make me feel the extremes like she does. I wiped my tears away and looked at the road when my eyes widened as I saw a huge tree right in front of me. I tried to avoid it, but it was too late. The last thing I know is I was calling Blythe's name before everything went black. I woke up with blinding lights. I feel numb and I couldn't feel my limbs. I tried to move my head and the first person I saw beside me is my mother, whose eyes are puffy from crying. She gasped as she saw me open my eyes. "Chadrick, you're awake!" She beamed as she cupped my face. She pressed the call button and the nurses came in after a few seconds. "How are you feeling, sir?" the nurse asked me. I tried to move but I fell back on the bed. Mom held my shoulders and made me stay in bed. "You can't move yet. Your operation just finished 3 hours ago. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet." I let out a weak sigh. What happened? My voice almost cannot be heard because my throat is dry and I don't feel any energy at all. "You were in a car accident in the border of Chicago from Michigan," Mom told me, and suddenly, everything flashed back inside my head. Blythe asking me to leave, me getting drunk in a resto bar, me crying while driving, and then the tree, and the crash. I fucking survived. Why did I survive? Everything could have ended there. The pain, the sadness, and the emptiness of not being with Blythe. It all could have ended there. Good thing people saw you and called 911 immediately, Mom said with tears in her eyes. I swallowed hard and looked away. They could have just let me die. I mumbled and stared out the window. "Chadrick," Mom uttered hysterically. "How could you say that?" She sounded so hurt and mad at the same time. I pursed my lips and rolled my eyes. Obviously, she wouldn't understand how much I hate that she's siding with Julia instead of with me. I'm her son. She should be more concerned of my happiness other than answering to a stupid call of responsibility. And I am still mad because of that. The nurses began to check my vital signs and applied an arm sling before leaving the room. Mom tried talking to me, but I refused to even look at her. Seeing her face is making my inside ache in frustration and anger. "They said you can eat after an hour," she told me while slicing apples. "What do you want to eat?" she asked me. "Where is my phone?" I asked her back, totally ignoring her question. I heard her sigh as she reached for something inside her bag. My phone. She handed it to me with a curious look. "Who are you going to call?" "I already called your cousins. Sage will be here later. Porter is still in New York. He'll arrive tomorrow morning and go straight here. Miller, on the other hand, is out of reach." I gritted my teeth. "Ah, Julia will be here soon," she added, and that made me glare at her. "What will she do here?" I snapped. "She can't do anything here. I don't want her here." Mom's eyes widened when she saw my reaction. "Chadrick, please, Mom. I don't want to marry her. What do I have to do to make you understand that?" I am enraged and very frustrated at everything that is happening in my life. Do I have to kill myself? She looked so horrified at my question that she can't even speak right after. Her mouth ajar and her eyes looking so shocked. "I can't marry her. I am in love with someone else." I rolled my eyes and looked away. This is so stupid. I feel like a kid winning for something that can't be given to me. But nevertheless, I am winning. They can't make me do something that I don't want to do. I am not a kid anymore. I am a grown man with mature decisions. I sent a text to Blythe asking her to talk to me. I sent her text every single day and tried calling her, but I couldn't reach her. Did she change her number? Did she block me? I scoffed and shook my head as I gripped my phone tightly. I can't believe she can block me that easily. Did she ever have feelings for me? Or was it all about money? Was it all about the show? Your phone will break, Porter told me with nodding at my hand. I have a heavy breath before smashing my phone on the wall. What the fuck? Porter blurted out as he went to pick my broken phone up. What the hell is your problem? He asked me. I rolled my eyes and pursed my lips in a thin line. I heard Porter sigh. Is it a woman? He asked. Sage already told me before that you have eyes for someone else. Who is it? He asked. I glared at him before looking away. It's nothing. It's over. She left me. She even blocked me. Porter looked at me with a serious expression on his face. He placed my phone on my bed before crossing his arms against his chest. Is this about Julia? He asked. Did she do something to her? I clenched my fist tightly. That evil winch is always the problem. I don't fucking understand how she could stomach all the bad things she's doing to other people. She's terrorizing them and she finds delight in doing so. Porter heaved a deep sigh. That woman really can't live without having to ruin someone else's life, he uttered, and I couldn't agree more. I sighed and looked outside the window. I got bruises, abrasions, and a broken arm from the accident, but none of them felt more excruciating than the pain I feel in my heart. My heart is broken into millions of pieces that no one can put back except for Blythe. When Graciela left, did you feel like this? Did you feel like your world has stopped spinning and you're no longer living but just merely existing? I asked him as tears stung my eyes. Do you feel like wanting to die every second because of the excruciating pain in your chest? Porter's eyes softened as he stared at me. Because I do, and I don't know how to move on from this. I don't know how I could get over this pain, Porter, I said before breaking down. I hung my head low as I gripped tightly on the bedsheet. I have never paid interest in any woman before, not as much as I paid attention with Blythe. I've always known that the girls around me only use me for fame and money. They want my reputation and not really see the real me. But Blythe was different. She wanted more for her mother and less for herself. She willingly sold herself so her mother would live. And above all that, she seen the real me. She looked closely and deeper than the surface. She didn't see me as Chadrick Moore, the CEO of a huge company. She saw me as Chadrick, the man who's unconsciously looking for love. It took several days until I was discharged in the hospital. No Blythe came to visit. Am I even expecting her to come to me now? I bet she doesn't want to see me anymore. I spent the following days recuperating. I was still going to the office, but I was doing less work. Mom made sure I wasn't stressed, but she kept on asking me about Julia, and that stresses me the most. Yesterday, she was talking about where the wedding would take place. I don't know if she hates me, she's punishing me, or if she's just plain insensitive. I have reiterated my dislike on that plan and she still goes on it like I am as excited as her. Damn, how's your girl? Miller asked me when he visited me in the office. I looked at him and glared. "Don't go there," I told him before looking back at the report in front of me. I'm still mad at the fact that Blythe didn't even visit me in the hospital. She blocked me for sure, and it hurts so much to realize that she can just let go of me that easy. I guess she really makes up her mind fast and abide by the decision she comes up with. I wish I am like that too. "What?" he asked as she sat on the couch. "You don't check up on her?" he asked. "I'm not like the three of you," I replied sternly. "My cousins all have a way to stalk their women, and I don't think that's a good idea. That would just hurt them more, and it's not like it's fun when your heart is stumbled on. It fucking sucks." Miller chuckled, and that made me look at him. "You know, we're doing it because we wanted to check if some guy is hitting on them. We're just marking our territory, Chad. I think you should do the same if you want her to be with you." I rolled my eyes and closed the folder in front of me before turning to him. "Blythe doesn't want me anymore, because if she did, she wouldn't have blocked me. She wouldn't have pushed me that fast. She would have listened and talked to me to make this situation better." Miller raised his brow. "You think so?" he asked. I narrowed my eyes at him. "You think when a woman knew you impregnate someone else, she'll welcome you with open arms?" he asked in a taunting tone. "You think she will accept you and let you be with her while leaving your baby to grow up without a father?" I clenched my fist. I don't like where this is going. Miller knows how to manipulate the minds of his business partners, and I'm pretty sure he's good at manipulating them in different occasions as well. "Well, if that's what you think, then maybe it's only right that she push you away," he said unapologetically. "You surely don't know her well enough for her to fight for you." My jaw dropped at what he just said. Did he just diss me? "Chad, I know you, and I'm pretty sure that you know yourself more. You know her more than I am, but why are you acting like you don't know her at all?" he asked in an annoying tone. "Why don't you know that she's hurting more than now that she needed to cut all ties from you?" I looked away, unable to answer that, because I know deep inside me that he's right. He's fucking right. Why am I only thinking of my own pain when she's in a much deeper pain because she just lost her mother and now she lost me? You're not an idiot, Chadrick. And if you really love her, you'll understand her." Miller finished before talking about business. His words remained in me. I need to understand Blythe's situation, but I can't just stop it. I am angry that she could throw me away easily when I'm so crazy about her. She shouldn't have shown me that side of her because I can't get it out of my head. That's why when I saw her again after months in the conference, I couldn't stop but be cold to her. I let the guards take her away after listening to the lies Julia has to say. It's a no-brainer that Blythe wouldn't do that. She wouldn't have asked me to leave her if she wanted to do that. Julia's just evil and spiteful no matter what she does. I can't believe she exceeds my expectations every time. She's amazingly hateful. "Chadrick," Mom called me when I was about to follow Blythe outside. "What?" I snapped before glaring at Julia. "Will you shut your fucking mouth if you can't say anything that would benefit yourself?" I suggested rudely. Julia just glared at me on her seat. "Chadrick, "You are not allowed to disrespect Julia like this," Mom yelled. I scoffed. "And you are allowed to disrespect Blythe like that?" Mom pursed her lips, unable to respond to me. "I don't care what plan you two are thinking, but don't badmouth Blythe like that, Julia, or you'll see what I can do to a pregnant woman," I taunted before storming out of the room to go and follow Blythe. But when I got out of the building, she can no longer be found. Damn it! I cursed as I started asking some passerby if they saw Blythe. However, none of them seemed to have seen where she went. I ran towards the right side of the building, hoping she didn't go the other way. I must be crazy. No, I just said I hate her, but now I can't think straight because I don't know if she's safe around the city or not. I ran and ran, but I never saw her. She was not in here. She was not in sight. I sighed, tired and hopeless. As I sat on an empty bench, I shut my eyes and tried to calm myself. I went to their house the same day, but no one is home. Her aunt isn't here, so I'm guessing they must have already left town. A sharp pain attacked my chest at the idea that she might have gone somewhere else. Now, I'm suddenly mad at myself for not fucking stalking. So this is what Miller was talking about. Stalking was necessary. Fucking necessary. I called Porter to ask for flight details, but he told me they didn't leave. No Blythe Prescott boarded a plane. Then where is she? I tried so hard to find her but to no avail. It is the end of the world for me. I don't know how I could live now that I have lost that person that I love the most. So I did nothing but to drown myself in office works. I did meetings until late night so I would be so tired at home. I rarely got a day off because I don't want to do nothing and just end up thinking about and crying for Blythe. I was literally crying for the first few months like a high school girl that's rejected by her crush. I would drink beer just to fall asleep. I prayed and prayed that it would get better every day, but better never came. All I felt was now is the worst time to be me, but it was not all dark moments. I am at the office after a boring meeting when I receive a call from Mom saying that Julia was rushed to the hospital because of bleeding. She was asking me to go there and I had to go there even if I hated being around her. But just when I was about to enter the room, I heard a man yelling inside. I stopped and looked at the patient's initials on the door. JPC. This is Julia Patrice Campbell, for sure. But who's this man yelling inside? "You fucking dare to keep this from me!" It was obvious that he's mad and he's not taking any shits right now. "You think this is a funny joke, Julia?" I heard sobs from the inside and I put my money that it's Julia. "You even set up another man. Why? Because I am not rich? Because you think I can't stand up for you?" I couldn't stand listening by the door, so I opened it and barged inside. I looked at Julia with anger written all over my eyes. From what I heard, I already know what her evil scheme was, and I can't forgive her for that. The man looked at me before turning back to Julia. "You use me?" I asked, shaking in anger. Julia was crying. This is actually the first time that I saw her devastated. Usually, she devastates other people, so it's kind of fulfilling to witness this, but I still pity her. She has to go all through that mess, but she ended up blowing up her cover. I shut my eyes and tried to calm myself. I let out a heavy breath. Am I not the father of your... Of course you're not. The man cut me off. I am the father of her baby. He sounded mad at me too. I glared at him. I'm not trying to own the baby. It's just that this woman right here told me I am the father. Now I'm mad at him too. Well, you're not. She skimmed you. His voice was calm, but I can sense that he's about to explode again. I'm the father. I'm going to take care of my family. I gawked at him before nodding, raising both of my hands in surrender. Fine, that's good, because there's no way in hell that I am going to marry this spawn of the devil. He suddenly swung at me, punching me hard on the face that I almost stumbled down. He looked at me, seething with anger and rage. Don't you dare call her names, Ashhul. He scowled at me while pointing her index at me. You don't know what life has been for her. I smirked at him before turning to Julia, who looked so shocked on what's happening in front of her. I can't believe she has someone who loves her, even after all the evil lurking in her body. She's yours. I don't want anything to do with her, I told the man in front of me, who's still looking so enraged. I then to Julia and scoffed, shaking my head in disappointment. I wish to see you fall hard. Let's see how you recover, I told her before I turned to leave the fucking hospital room with a cut on the side of my lip, but happily because of what I have found out. She's in Chicago, Kyle, my information and private investigator, told me while I just got back in the state after a 2-week conference in France. I stopped, freezing on my spot, before looking at him. How did you know? I asked him. My heart is fucking beating faster. Excitement finally filled me after a few years of dullness. I was already clenching my fist to stop me from shaking in happiness. She's back after years of running away from me. She's finally back. Kyle handed me a brown envelope. Those are photos of her working in a law firm. She's working for attorney Andrea Growell. I opened the envelope and looked at the pictures he is talking about. I couldn't help but smile when I saw her smiling at an older woman while wearing a corporate attire. She's gotten even more beautiful, and I don't know if that's a good thing. Is she single? I asked Kyle. Kyle's eyes widened for a moment before he cleared his throat. We are still looking into it, sir. It's hard to get an information about her because of the power of her father, he explained. I furrowed my brows. Power of her father? What's her father? I asked. Blythe hated her father, and that's what I know for sure. However, it's been years and maybe she has finally forgiven him for leaving her while she was just a kid. After all, they're the only family left. They only have each other now. Her father is Beaumont Prescott, leader of the BP merchandise that is known to be stealing money from the black market, Kyle began. He's got assets from the illegal market and put all that up to build a legal business. I licked my lip and pursed them in a thin line. What do you mean? I asked. Kyle sighed. He's one of the powerful men who are getting illegal money from the black market. He has soldiers of his own because of all his enemies. All enemies? Just how many? I asked, knowing the multiple dangers that could happen to Blythe because of his father's enemies. Kyle shook his head. I don't know yet, but Mayor Galman recently was busted for his offshore accounts and money laundering. We all think that Beaumont is the mastermind in that. I shut my eyes and calmed myself. No wonder he had to leave Blythe and her mother without an explanation. How could he fucking explain to his daughter that he is doing illegal things just to get money? Miss Prescott have bodyguards around her. I doubt she knows about it, Kyle added. I nodded, relieved that his father isn't dumb. Alright, that's good enough, I told him. Can you also find out where she's living? Kyle nodded. I have already found out her address, sir, he replied and took a piece of paper from my table and wrote it down. That's where she's living, sir. I read what he wrote and acknowledged that address. I know where that place is and it's not the safest in town. Damn it. Do you know if she's living alone? Kyle nodded. Positive, sir. She's living alone. I don't know why relief gushed through me when I heard that. She's living alone. Does that mean she is still single? She's not married yet. I can have my chance again. The next day, I drove to the address Kyle gave me. It was early in the morning. The sun hasn't even risen yet, but I had to go and check if it's really her. I had to go and see for myself. My heart is booming so loud against my chest. Anticipation is rapidly building inside me. And when I saw her getting out the building, I feel like my whole world stopped. She didn't change a lot. Only her hair has gotten longer and her skin got fairer. Her body was still perfect, just like what I have been dreaming of touching every night since she left. The body I imagined as I took cold showers. She smiled at the guard before hailing a cab. She's wearing a blue knee-length dress over a black blazer. She's holding on her bag and a few folders needed for work. Is she happy at work? Kyle's file said that she's not a college graduate and is a legal assistant in the firm of the famous lawyer. I know she's always wanted to be a lawyer. I thought she was going to finish her studies when her mother died. But what happened to her in the past years? I don't know how I could approach her, but when I heard that she went to a bar, I wasted no time to get to her. Who knows what could happen to her in a club? She's scorching hot and every man would want a piece of her. When I saw her sitting alone in a couch, I walked to her. Finally, I am getting to her. Finally, I am near her. I'll take whatever she gives me. A cold shoulder, a burst out of her anger. Anything. I'd take everything and anything. Now that I'm already near here, I absorb anything just to hear her voice again. Her eyes slightly widened when she recognized me. It took her a few moments before she narrowed her eyes at me. She's still mad. I don't know why I am internally celebrating. Maybe because if she's still mad at me, that means she still hasn't gotten over me. That could be a possibility and I am hoping for it to be true. What are you doing here? She asked, obviously angry. I stared at her and realized that no matter how beautiful she is, I fell for her because of her courage and her bravery. She doesn't show her weakness. She doesn't waver when faced with people who hurt her. She's standing tall, a self-made woman. Where have you been? I wanted to kill myself because that's the first sentence I asked her after not seeing each other for 3 years. I am stupid. Her lips parted, totally not expecting my stupid and lame question. Who are you to know? I looked at her, trying so hard to look tough when I am already melting under her gaze. "Last time I checked, you're mine, Blythe," I replied without blinking an eye to make it look like I am as confident as she is. She looks so hot now that she's fuming mad. "I don't know why I am fucking attracted to this version of Blythe. I am not yours," she uttered in gritted teeth. I nodded, amused at her bravery. "Then, I'm going to make you mine again. I don't ever want to see you again," I chuckled. "I didn't ask for your opinion, baby. You can push me away all you, but I will always keep coming back to you." "Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can stop now that I've found you again." She froze and I took that as an opportunity to step closer. I'm getting fucking excited just by inhaling her scent. She still uses the same perfume that she was using years ago. "You're mine now, Blythe. There's no escaping me now. Welcome back to my life, Blythe. But this time, I'll make sure that you'll never leave me again." True enough, it wasn't an easy climb to her heart. She was independent and she rejected every help I gave her. She hated seeing me waiting for her in the office. She hated seeing me so much. She'd cry in frustration. She thought I was married. She thought I was bound to someone else. And I'm trying to explain to her that I am not, but she's so angry. She'd push me away. But I will never give up. I know she still loves me. She wouldn't hate me this much if she doesn't. But if she doesn't love me anymore, if there's a slightest possibility that she doesn't love me anymore, I will make sure to make her fall in love with me again. I was successful. I made her fall in love with me again, but when I learned what happened to her in the past years after seeing a photo album of a child in her bedside, I wanted to run away and never show my face in front of her again. She told me it's okay. She's forgiven me. But what about me? Will I ever forgive myself for what I did to her? She lost our baby because of my anger. She lost our baby because I asked the guards to take her away. She lost our baby after losing her mother. How could I sleep at night knowing that all of her anger directed towards me is well justified? She wasn't just angry because of my issue with Julia. She was angry for all the right reasons. I left her apartment that night, wanting to go straight to my mother to talk to her. Blythe wouldn't lie to me, right? So that means Mom knew everything about it and she kept silent. She protected Julia. Damn it, that's not even mine. But just when I was about to get inside my car, I saw Mayor Galman instructing something with 4 men. They are all wearing masks so I can't see their faces except for Mayor. My eyes widened when I realized who they are after. Damn it! I walked towards them, not thinking of the danger that it might cause me. "What are you doing here?" I asked them. The masked men turned to me before looking at Mayor Galman, who just nodded at them. Almost instantly, they ganged up on me, kicking me and hitting me hard. One of them had a knife and stabbed me on my abdomen. Another one had steel pipe and swung it on my head, making me fall to the ground before seeing the police coming. "Blythe." "It's settled," Sage told me. "Blythe has gone to the office no matter how I beg her to stay." "Did you get the suspects?" I asked. Sage nodded. "We're already on the look for Mayor Galman," he replied. Some of Porter's men are looking at a suburb in Arizona. He's also looking into flight details. Galman hasn't taken any flight. I nodded. I clenched my fist. I am shaking in anger, not because of what they did to me but because of what they were planning to do with Blythe. Was that what they want to do with her? Kill her? The door suddenly opened and both Sage and I looked at who was coming inside. My eyes narrowed when I saw Beaumont Prescott coming in. Behind him are his guards, who he stopped from coming in. Sage walked towards him. "Who are you?" Mr. Prescott smiled and showed Sage his ID. "I am Beaumont Prescott, Blythe's father." He turned to me. "You must be Chadrick Moore." I stood up before nodding. "May I ask why you're here, sir?" I asked him. He looked kind compared to all the dissing he got from Blythe. He rather looked kind and not some head of a syndicate. "I just came here to tell you that we have found Galman," he said, making Sage and I look at each other. "He's in some abandoned villa in Michigan." "Michigan? That close?" Sage asked. Mr. Prescott nodded. "He's lost men as well. His offshore accounts are frozen and he's running low on resources. We can handle him right now but we cannot bring him to the police. That's why I need your help." I raised my brow and he smiled. "After this, I'm going to stop dealing with illegal money. My daughter is important to me and I don't want to lose her," he continued before looking at me. I gritted my teeth. Mr. Prescott then looked at Sage. "Can you leave us for a minute? I want to talk to Mr. Moore about my daughter." Sage nodded before leaving the room quietly. Mr. Prescott smiled at me. "Do you love my daughter?" he asked in serious tone. I froze at his words. I didn't expect that. "Yes." I tried so hard not to show weakness. "I love Blythe and I need to endure this intimidation from her father." He nodded at me. "Are you the father of the—" He trailed and sighed. "Never mind." He shook his head. "Are you willing to be a father to her adopted son?" he asked. I let out a deep breath. "Yes, sir," I replied. "I am willing to accept everyone she loves. She told me the kid saved her from her misery. I am grateful for the kid." He narrowed his eyes at me. "Did you know that the person who sponsored the adoption is your mother?" he asked. My eyes widened. "What?" He clenched his jaw. I looked into it and saw that it is your mother who sponsored the adoption. Does she know anything about Blythe and your relationship with her?" I am deeply shocked. I couldn't believe what I heard. Mom sponsored adoption. Why? Did she know about the miscarriage? Is that her way to apologize to Blythe? Blythe's father sighed. "I don't care if you're in love with her, Mr. Moore," he started in an authoritative tone. "I know for a fact that she's happy with you, but I can't forgive you if you hurt her once again." Blythe's father's words were embedded in my system. I will never hurt her again, and this time I'm going to make things right. I called Mom and she came in a hurry. She looked relieved to see me finally walking. "Chadrick," she beamed as she walked closer to me, aiming for a hug but I stopped her. "Did you sponsor Blythe's son's adoption?" I asked her. She stopped, jaw dropping to the ground. She looked away and sighed. "Can't you just let me celebrate that you're finally interested in meeting me again?" she asked. "Mom, please, why did you do that?" I asked. She sighed and looked at me. When she came to see you 3 years ago, I knew she was pregnant. I had men watching her and they saw her walking out of an OB/GYN clinic with her aunt. She started. We checked in with OB and knew that Blythe is pregnant. I narrowed my eyes at her. That time, we were all fooled by Julia. And I don't want to taint our company's reputation because you had 2 children, she continued, remorse evident in her voice. Then Julia told her to abort her baby. You let her do that to Blythe? To your own grandchild? I couldn't stop my outburst. That's why when I knew she lost her baby that same day, I sponsored her adoption, she cried. When I knew Julia's baby isn't yours, I regretted not doing anything for Blythe. I regretted not being able to help her. That's why I sponsored an adoption. Because she was so devastated by then and it was my fault for letting Julia freely do her evil schemes at her. I shut my eyes, heartbreaking not only for my son but for my crying mother. I can never really hate her now that she's looking so remorseful. When I saw her in here, I was shocked that I couldn't apologize to her. She looked better now and that's what I wanted her to be, but I just couldn't shrug the fact that she lost her baby because of me, she uttered with tears. She looked at me and smiled weakly. I am not against your relationship, Chadrick. After seeing you miserably for years, I am not going to stop you from being happy now. I've seen Sylvia terrorize Heaven. I've seen Eris push someone else for Miller and look at what he did. I don't want to do that, Blythe. Most importantly, I don't want to do that to you. You're my only son. I don't want you staying away from me because I block your happiness. Tears stung my eyes as I enclosed my mother in my embrace. She was sobbing on my chest and I whispered her how much I love her. Hearing her say that was enough for me to forgive her and accept her in my life again. Are you sure this is going to work? Cassandra asked. She just got back from her tour and she's not really a fan of my plan. Miller chuckled. Baby, Blythe is already locked up in the room upstairs. Her eyes widened before looking at me suspiciously. Don't tell me. Stop right there, Kes. I'm doing this because I hadn't given her a proper proposal, I told her. When I think of the time that I proposed to her in the hospital, I die in embarrassment. I tell her I love but I've never really prepared for something grand. I want to propose to her in a dramatic way, so I devised a kidnapping skit. Mom had to tell her to stay away from me and everything will work from there. I know Blythe. She'll probably decide to leave me and when she does, the abduction will happen. I have also told her aunt about this and she and Bullet are on their way here now. She must be in distress right now, Cassandra said before shaking her head. She left us and walked over to Grace and Heaven, who were having fun arranging the tables. I looked at Miller, who also looked at his wife weirdly. Is she pregnant? I asked. Miller's eyes widened, seemingly shocked at my question. What? I shrugged. Maybe she's pregnant. She's not that moody before, I told her. Miller nervously gulped before looking to his wife again, who's now smiling widely while Paul is messing with her. I hope so, he uttered softly as he looked at me. I grinned and he just rolled her eyes at me. When the sun was up, Georgina and Bullet arrived with a lot of bodyguards, even with Galman locked in a cell. Mr. Prescott still doesn't falter when it comes to security. Georgina saw me and smiled. She held Bullet's hand and walked towards me. I watched the kid smile and laugh at the bubbles Paul was blowing. My chest swelled at the sight of him. Blythe was right. Bullet is a bright kid. I barely know him but he's already brightened up my world. Where's Blythe? Georgina asked. I bit my lip. She's locked up in a room. Would she be mad at me when she knew her niece is locked up? She laughed and shook her head. I never thought you'd resort to this, she told me before Bullet shrieked. She looked at him and chuckled. Bullet, say hi to Mommy's boyfriend. Bullet creased his forehead as he looked at me. You're my daddy? He asked innocently, and I couldn't help but feel shocked. Georgina smiled and shook her head. Sorry, I kind of told him that he's meeting his father today. I nodded and squatted in front of Bullet. Do you want me to be your daddy? I asked him softly, heart already filled with overwhelming emotions. His round eyes are on me before he nodded. I want to have a daddy. Mommy doesn't want me to play outside, he told me. I chuckled and messed his hair. Well then, pray that your mommy will say yes to me, okay? He nodded eagerly. If she said yes to you, you will be my daddy? I nodded and chuckled. Yes, he beamed before hugging me. Mommy will say yes, he said excitedly. I smiled and nodded. I looked at the guards and nodded at them, telling them that everything is ready. I just need Blythe here. I was frantic while waiting. Porter, Sage, and Miller are laughing at me, and I can't do anything but glare at them. I remember the times I trolled on their relationships, and they're just getting back at me. She's here, Heaven told me, and I looked at the door immediately. The piano started playing while Blythe looked so confused as she walked through the garden. She's wearing the clothes I gave her and smiled to myself. She stopped when she finally met my eyes. My heart started beating so fast as I walked towards her. Something is blocking my throat and I had to swallow several times before it was gone. I couldn't explain her reaction when I told her the abduction was my plan. Everything was a part of my plan. And when I went down on bended knee, tears started flowing down her face. I love you. I know I have already told you that a lot of times, but I want you to know that I will never get tired of reminding you about my love. I paused to wipe my tears. Don't worry about Mom. We're fine now and she's just playing with my plans. That's why she told you that. She looked around before turning to me again. I'll make sure no one will ever come between us now. I was almost breathless as I uttered those words. So, Sarina Blythe Prescott, will you? I opened the box and showed her the ring I bought yesterday, just after my discharge. Will you finally marry me and be with me for the rest of our days? She started bawling and I was nervously looking at her. Did she not like it? Was she still convinced that Mom doesn't like her? Please, I begged, and I could do it all over again. Bullet was so excited to have a daddy. She couldn't say no to me now, right? She chuckled and looked at me through the tears. She nodded slowly before smiling widely. "Yes," she exclaimed and gave me her left hand. "I will marry you, Chadrick," she told me, and I have never been happier before. Immediately slid the ring on her finger and pulled her closer for a kiss. And that was one of the best days of my life. "Are you not sleeping yet?" Blythe asked me in her sweet voice. "We just got married yesterday and we're now on our honeymoon." We wanted to take Bullet with us, but her aunt didn't want us to. She wanted us to have fun without having to worry about anything, so she asked Bullet to stay. And so far, we have yet to explore Vietnam because we've only been on the bed since the time we arrived, exploring each other. I sighed and pulled her to my chest. Her naked torso was pressed against mine. "How many kids do you want?" I asked her in a whisper. She giggled and snuggled in my chest. "3?" she replied. "I don't want Bullet to grow up without siblings." I nodded and kissed her forehead. "Yes, it's hard to be an only child," I told her. She nodded and chuckled. "You know that struggle." She kissed my jaw. "I love you, Chadrick," she whispered. I looked at her and smiled. "I love you too," I replied before dipping down for a deep kiss. She giggled and pulled away. "We've already had 3 rounds," she told me. I smirked. "I can go for another 3," I told her before hovering on top of her, never satiated when it comes to her body. She is my favorite escapade in my whole life. I am sitting on the lounger while Chadrick is playing with Bullet in the pool. I smiled at the sight of the two of them, two of the men I love the most. Bullet's doctor told us that we could let him play for a while in the pool. We just need to ensure that he's taken all his medicines. And so far, he's been diligently taking them when his father tells him so. I remember him crying over his meds before in Michigan. I don't know if it's because it's Chadrick's who's telling him to take them or if he's trying to impress him. When we got back from the honeymoon, Chadrick immediately booked us an appointment to the best pediatric cardiothoracic surgeon, and starting that day, we have been doing our best to make Bullet healthier every day so he could undergo a series of surgeries for his heart. Chadrick smiled at me and whispered something to Bullet before both of them get out of the pool and walked to me. I held out a towel for Bullet and let him sit in front of me so I could wipe him dry. "You love swimming," I told him, and he giggled. "I love the water, Mom," he beamed at me. "I wonder if I can live there." Chadrick laughed and sat behind me. He's dried himself, but water is still dripping from his hair. He wrapped his arm around my waist and kissed my cheek. "Buddy, your skin will wrinkle if you stay in the water for too long," he told Bullet. Bullet's eyes widened before looking at his already wrinkled skin on the hands. "Daddy, my hands are old," he beamed. Chadrick and I laughed at his reaction. He really got a way of making us laugh by his innocence. Chadrick messed his hair and pinched his cheek. "You are so cute," he chuckled before looking at me. "And you're beautiful." He winked at me, making me roll my eyes at him. He loves doing that. I already told him I hate it because I still feel awkward, but he still goes on and winks at me. He's just relentless. "Anyway, baby, are the grades out yet?" Chadrick asked me. I pursed my lips and my heart started beating loud again. I have been depressed about my grades for days because I think I have failed my major subject. Chadrick has been trying to cheer me up. He even bought me different kinds of books, but I was still nervous inside. What if I fail? I don't want to repeat it again. It's hard and the professor is a little terror. I don't want to take it again next semester. And besides, that subject already took most of my time with my husband and my son because I had to be on a do not disturb mode for days just to review it. I don't want that to happen again. Chadrick gave me a look as he caressed my hair. You're gonna pass that bloody subject, baby. You are the smartest girl I know. I sighed. Whenever he tells me that, I feel even worse because what if I don't pass? Am I still the smartest girl he knows? I have messed up on one question. I know because I overheard other girls talking about it and their answer is different from mine. That is what tore me down. I don't even remember what I answered, but I am sure that I have not answered a question the same way they did. I sighed once again as I was drying Bullet's hair. You need to go and take a bath, I told him. He nodded and then looked at Chadrick. Daddy, he called him. Chadrick immediately stood up and held his hand. Bullet has already been loving it when Chadrick bats him. In Michigan, he's already practicing independence. I guess having a dad could make him act like he doesn't know how to bath himself. I stood up and fixed the table where we ate a while ago. I put all the plates and glasses in the sink. I was happy that Chadrick didn't get us helpers even when we transferred to this huge house. I love doing household chores. They help me clear my head. I was wiping the lavatory when my phone chimed. It's a notification from the university. The grades are out. I froze on my spot as my heart boomed against my chest. My hands are trembling and cold as I ran in front of the computer to see the grades. I was shaking when I was typing my details to log in. I even stopped and contemplated if I should see it now or if I should just wait for a notification of a remedial exam or something. I gulped hard as my eyes are glued on the screen. I pursed my lips and with trembling hands, I moved the mouse and clicked log in. I immediately shut my eyes and took several deep breaths before slowly opening my eyes to look at my grades on the screen. I scrolled it slowly until all the subjects are on the screen. I looked at them one by one and my eyes widened when I saw that I got a high score on the subject that I was worried of. As a matter of fact, it is my highest grade of all the subjects I have. My jaw dropped and I started jumping up and down, celebrating until I remembered that I shouldn't do that. I held onto my stomach and smiled widely. Maybe now that I am not already feeling down, I can already tell Chadrick that I am. I was stunned on my spot when I saw Chadrick leaning on the door frame of the study, staring at me with narrowed eyes and furrowed brows. He's dangerously looking at me while holding something. I swallowed hard. What's this? He asked as he raised the ultrasound picture. I blinked several times before walking towards him. Where did you see that? I asked him as I got the paper from him. He stood straight and towered over me while looking at me dangerously. I saw that inside the drawer of the nightstand, he replied. I was looking for my shaver and accidentally saw it there. His voice was serious and right now. I cannot redirect the topic to somewhere else. Ah, I can't believe after facing the wrath of my grades, I'm going to have to deal with my angry husband. It's, I trailed, trying to look for some words in my head but there seems to be none. So I just sighed and looked at him in the eyes. I'm pregnant, I confess. I didn't feel any symptoms this time. I just missed my period and had a lot of sex with Chadrick and I put two and two together. I went to the OB clinic during my lunch break at work and that's when I knew about it. I just couldn't find the right timing to tell him because he's been so busy with Bullet. He's on leave and he's the full-time parent here. "Since when did you know?" he asked me. His eyes are twinkling and his lips are pressed tightly like he's keeping something inside himself. His dangerous stare was gone and now he just looks like he is about to cry at any moment. I bit my lip and looked down. "A week ago," I replied softly. I heard him release a harsh breath before pulling me close to him. My face is buried on his chest and I could feel him sobbing. I looked up at him and saw him crying even worse than when we got married. I reached for his face and wiped his tears. "Are you sad?" I asked him. What if he doesn't want to have a child first because he wanted to focus on Bullet first? I have heard Grace tell me that this was what she's felt when she reunited with Porter after long years. What if it's what Chadrick is feeling? Chadrick looked at me and cupped my face. "I'm not sad," he replied before chuckling. "I'm happy. Way beyond happy that we're gonna have a baby." He leaned in and kissed my lips briefly and relief gushed through my system upon hearing that. Chadrick caressed my cheek and smiled genuinely. "I promise I'll take care of you and our baby," he whispered before leaning in for a long and deep kiss.